Chapter 547. In the Heavenly Dragon Sword Hall, the most important thing was the inheritance of the Heavenly Dragon Sword Saint. Although there were some treasures in the other hundreds of branch halls, they were only spirit stones and the corresponding elixirs and swords. There were also elixirs and precious ores that were thousands or tens of thousands of years old. Chu Mu and the 5 people from the Shinto clan moved together and found branch halls one after another. Some of the branch halls had yet to be visited by anyone, so there were still some items that were shared between Chu Mu and the people from the Shinto clan. Some of the branch halls had already been visited by others and were emptied out, leaving only empty shelves behind. In general, although they did not know where the inheritance of the Heavenly Dragon Sword Saint was, as long as they were still alive, they had gained quite a bit. For example, Chu Mu had gained more than 5 million high-grade spirit stones, 3 million supreme-grade spirit stones, and more than 700,000 royal-grade spirit stones. In addition, they had also gained various elixirs and the best royal-grade swords. There were also many aged elixirs and rare ores. Some of them were used to forge royal-grade swords, while some were used to forge higher-grade swords. Fortunately, Chu Mu had a middle-grade interspatial ring. The space inside was large enough, so he could store as much as he could. Until now, it was still not full. The 5 people from the Shinto clan were also beaming with joy. At the same time, they were also a little vexed. This was because they did not have many supreme-grade interspatial bracelets with them, and they were all full. The extra ones were given to them by Chu Mu. Without any guidance, no one knew where they would go. After a period of time, other than the footsteps of Chu Mu and the other 5, there were also the voices of others. Immediately, it raised the vigilance of Chu Mu and the other 5. Here, other than the people from their own clan, everyone else could be considered opponents or even enemies. After turning a corner, Chu Mu's group of 6 saw dozens of swordsmen gathered in front of a closed door. This door was bronze in color, as if it was made from a thick and heavy piece of bronze. On top of it were 2 ferocious dragon carvings. The protruding lines were clear and lifelike, as if they were about to fly out of the bronze door and wreak havoc in the world. It was ancient, ferocious, and domineering. All kinds of auras were emitted, intimidating every single swordsman present. Their expressions were solemn, as if they were facing a great enemy, because the 2 dragons on the giant bronze door really seemed like they would fly out and attack them at any moment. With a loud bang, the eyes of the 2 dragon carvings on the bronze door suddenly lit up. The door suddenly opened backwards, as if it was forcefully pushed open by a pair of invisible and powerful hands, heavy and slow. When the bronze door was fully opened, everyone tried their best to look inside, but all they could see was darkness. No one dares to go in first? Then let me go first. Tong Tianming laughed as he strode through the open bronze door. It was as if he was swallowed up by the darkness. The others looked at each other for a moment before rushing in. This time, Lifeless Thorn was the last one to enter. What is this place? A swordsman looked around in shock. It might be the place where the Sky Dragon Sword Saint usually trains, another swordsman said. There were no spirit stones, ammunition, swords, or anything else in this branch hall. There were only sword steels erected on the ground in an orderly fashion, pointing up into the sky. Each sword steel was about 2 meters tall and exuded a sharp aura. The sword steels were bronze in color and had no names. There was only a scratch on them. Some scratches were long, some are short, some are deep, some are shallow, some are thick, some were thin, and some even looked very strange and crooked. In short, there were hundreds of sword steels in this branch hall, and the scratches on each sword steel were different. The only thing they had in common was that every single scratch emitted a shocking coldness and sharpness. Moreover, they also carried a sense of majesty. Those were the marks left behind by swords, the marks of swords. With a boom, the bronze door closed again. Everyone was trapped in this branch hall. They had no idea how to leave. Maybe the secret is on these sword steels, a swordsman said. He unsheathed his sword and slashed. A sharp sword wind bombarded the sword steels, but the sword steels remained motionless. The sword wind was shattered. Unable to use sword origin, sword intent, or profound power, they could not damage the sword steels with just their physical strength, swordsmanship, and swords. Damn it! The swordsman cursed and swung his sword with all his might. His sword slashed at the sword steels, causing sparks to fly. Still, he could not damage them. Lifeless Thorn walked up to a sword steel. He did not draw his sword. He just stood there quietly, staring at the marks on the sword steel. His body swayed slightly, as if he was in a trance. He remained motionless like a statue. A strange aura seemed to emanate from lifeless Thorn's body. When the other swordsmen saw lifeless Thorn's actions, some disagreed, while others suddenly understood. They all stood in front of the nearest sword steel and stared at the sword mark on the steel. Chumu looked around. Every time he passed by a sword steel, he would stop for a breath of time and carefully look at the sword scars on the sword steels. Different sword scars emitted an aura that was slightly different. Seeming to understand something, Chumu walked up to a sword steel and stood there. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the sword mark on the steel. This sword mark looked a little faint. It was not very long, but it was very thin. It looked faintly discernible, as if it would disappear at any time, dispelling all distracting thoughts and focusing all of his attention. His mental thoughts converged into one. After 3 breaths of time, Chumu felt the scenery around him rapidly fade away. The world was disappearing, and even the ancient bronze sword steel in front of him was fading away, disappearing. All that was left was a faintly discernible trace of a sword. As if it had been injected with life and given birth to a will, the faintly discernible sword mark came alive. It instantly twisted and became a faintly discernible sword ray that flew towards Chumu. Chumu seemed to see a formless swordsman holding a formless sword slashing towards him. The sword's trajectory was so fine and curved that it seemed to be erratic. This sword seemed to leap through the void like rootless duckweed, ignoring the distance between them. In the blink of an eye, it appeared right in front of Chumu and slashed at Chumu's neck. The pores on Chumu's neck opened up and goosebumps appeared on his skin. A feeling of incomparable danger instantly invaded his body. Chumu subconsciously dodged, but the sword ray flew past his neck. The cold and sharp edge made the blood in Chumu's neck almost freeze. In an instant, the indistinct sword ray seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and shot out from behind him. It was like a peerless swordsman was using a sure-kill sword technique. With a thought, Chumu wanted to use his sword to resist, but he was shocked to find that he could not use his sword. It was as if he had been imprisoned by some force. He could only dodge. Relying on his powerful senses, Chumu once again dodged the sword ray. I can't fight back, so I can only dodge. How long do I have to dodge? No, the key is definitely not to dodge. There's something else. Maybe it's to decipher. As his train of thought moved in the right direction, Chumu began to carefully observe the faintly discernible sword ray. He tried his best to clearly see its trajectory and analyze its mysteries. The sword ray originated from swordsmanship. It was not a special swordsmanship, but a basic swordsmanship. A basic swordsmanship seemed to only have a dozen movements, but when combined, it could have thousands of changes. Different changes had different effects and power. If used appropriately, it could become a terrifying sure kill. Chumu dodged while analyzing. He only had one thought at that moment, and that was to comprehend this indistinct sword ray. It felt like he was fighting with a powerful swordsman, but he could not use his sword. However, Chumu knew that once he fully comprehended this faintly discernible fine sword ray and absorbed it for his own use, he would be able to advance his sword technique's attainment a step further. There would be even more variations, and his might would be even stronger. Like Chumu, The other swordsmen were also immersed in the sword traces on the sword steel. However, some of them were slower to comprehend and had difficulty dodging. Not long after, a swordsman screamed. His body shook violently and his face turned pale. He staggered back a few steps, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Gasping for breath, the swordsman was shocked. He subconsciously reached out to touch his heart. Fortunately, he was safe and sound. That sword ray, just now, seemed to be an illusion. Vaguely, the swordsman felt that he had lost an important opportunity. His face changed drastically. Then he fiercely swept his gaze, drew his sword, and slashed at Chu Mu, who was closest to him. At that moment, Chu Mu was completely immersed in the sword traces. He was trying his best to decipher it. He was defenseless like an undefended city, allowing the sword to slash at him. In the next moment, the ferocious sword would strike Chu Mu's neck and cut him in half. Just as the sword was about to touch Chu Mu's neck, the indistinct sword trace on the sword steel in front of Chu Mu suddenly shot out as a sword ray. It instantly swept past the neck of the swordsman who had attacked Chu Mu. The sword paused and drooped down powerlessly. A strand of blood slowly seeped out from the neck of the swordsman before he fell to the ground. Chu Mu was unaware of all of this. In that moment, he suddenly comprehended the mysteries of the indistinct sword ray. As a result, he easily deciphered the sword ray and deciphered the sword trace. In an instant, a golden glow rose from the bottom of Chu Mu's feet. In the blink of an eye, it wrapped around Chu Mu's entire body. In a breath, the golden glow retracted and transformed into a small golden dot of light. It let out a clear cry and charged into the bronze-colored sword monument in front of him, disappearing. The sword trace on the bronze sword steel also disappeared in an instant, as if it had never appeared. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 548. About 10 breaths after Chu Mu turned into a golden dot and disappeared, lifeless Jing also turned into a golden dot and flew into the bronze sword steel. After another 3 breaths, Tong Tianming also turned into a golden dot and disappeared into the sword steel. You guys are dead too? A swordsman trembled and looked around with a pale face. When he saw the others not far away, he immediately exclaimed. Only then did he realize that he wasn't dead. I feel like I've been killed. Yeah, I also felt like I was split in half. What a terrifying swordsmanship. As he spoke, the swordsman trembled and his face was filled with shock. What's going on? How did he disappear? Another swordsman stared at the swordsman who had turned into a golden dot and asked in shock. I think I understand now. The sword marks on the sword steel should be a test left behind by the Sky Dragon Sword Saint. Only by passing this test can one move forward. Otherwise, one can only stop here. In that case, the ones who turned into golden dots and disappeared should have passed the test, and we are the ones who didn't pass the test. I see. It seems that we have no fate with the Sky Dragon Sword Saint's legacy. As soon as he finished speaking, his voice was filled with unwillingness and frustration. It seems that there are a dozen or so people who pass this test. I wonder who will obtain the Sky Dragon Sword Saint's legacy in the end. Everyone discovered that apart from the corpse on the ground, a dozen or so people had disappeared. For example, lifeless Jing, Tong Tianming, and so on. After a moment of silence, a swordsman suddenly asked, "How do we leave this place?" Suddenly, a golden door appeared, as if telling everyone that they could leave through this golden door. A tiny golden seemed to travel through time and space, appearing in the darkness. In an instant, there was a burst of light. The golden dot landed and rapidly expanded. A figure appeared in it. It was Chu Mu. This might be another branch palace, but unlike the previous ones, this one wasn't big. It was like a room about 100 square meters in size. However, there was a staircase in front of them. The golden staircase went up step by step, constantly emitting a dazzling light. Not long after, golden spots of light appeared one after another from the void. They landed on the ground and expanded, and one figure after another appeared. "You again!" Lifeless, Thorn glanced at Chu Mu without saying a word. Tong Tianming, on the other hand, shouted at Chu Mu. However, Chu Mu's attention was completely focused on the golden staircase, so he ignored Tong Tianming. Everyone's attention was also attracted by the golden staircase. The golden light was dazzling, appearing very noble and gorgeous. There was also a kind of majestic and domineering aura. At the top of the last step, one could vaguely see a golden, human-shaped statue. At the bottom, there was a golden sword stele with a few words written on it. "Dragon Ascension Stairs." Could it be that this time we're going to charge to the very top? A swordsman muttered. Without another word, he took a step forward and rushed towards the golden stairs. In the blink of an eye, he stepped onto the first step. The others did not move. Their gazes all landed on that figure. Perhaps the first swordsman to reach the golden statue would be able to obtain some benefits, but who knew? Moreover, the golden staircase gave off an extraordinary feeling, as if it contained countless mysteries. Of the 10-some swordsmen who were able to reach this place, some were young, such as Chu Mu, while others appeared to be in their 40s. Regardless, they were all extraordinary. At the very least, they had stood out from the hundreds of swordsmen who had entered the Sword Saint's ruins. When that swordsman stepped onto the first golden staircase, his body paused and sank as if under heavy pressure. With a shout, he straightened his body and swiftly took a second step. After taking 3 steps, this swordsman seemed exhausted and stopped. His body trembled, his hands clenched into fists, and with a shout, he took another step forward. Chu Mu and the others could see that this swordsman's steps were somewhat slow, and his steps were also somewhat slow, as if he was facing some sort of resistance. Step by step, this swordsman struggled to take. When he reached the 10th step, his body trembled violently. With a muffled groan, it was as if he had been slapped by an invisible hand. His entire body rolled down the golden staircase like a gourd. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was pale. He was in a very sorry state, having suffered internal injuries. He struggled to get up, took out a healing pill, and threw it into his mouth. His expression was ugly as he stared at the golden staircase. There was a faint trace of fear in his eyes, compared to the other swordsmen. Only he knew what he had experienced on the staircase. No one laughed at him. Chu Mu and the others all had solemn expressions. Their pupils shrank as they stared at the golden staircase. It was as if they wanted to see through the mysteries within, but just by looking, they could not see anything. "Brother Fong, what is so special about the staircase?" Someone could not help but ask the swordsman who had personally experienced it. "Pressure, a pressure that is everywhere. It comes from all directions, preventing you from lifting your feet, preventing you from landing, preventing you from moving forward. That pressure is constantly pressing down on you, trying to push you down the stairs," said the swordsman with a grave expression. When he thought of that kind of pressure, his expression changed greatly. "Pressure? Just pressure?" repeated a tall and strong swordsman. "Can't you experience it yourself?" The swordsman named Fong frowned and replied angrily, "Just pressure. What's there to be afraid of?" Snorted the tall and strong swordsman. He disdainfully retorted and walked towards the golden staircase. Although he said that, he still took it seriously. He took a step forward and stepped on the first step. Instantly, a pressure descended from all directions, causing his expression to change slightly. In the next breath, he laughed loudly. "Mere pressure. What's there to be afraid of? Dang, 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 dang." In an instant, his feet moved like wheels as he stared at the strong pressure and moved up 6 steps in an instant. He stood on the 8th step and paused for a moment before moving on to the 9th step. On the 15th step, the swordsman was sweating profusely and gasping for breath. His body was trembling and his muscles were trembling as he tried to resist the pressure. I don't believe it. His eyes were filled with hatred as he moved his feet again. When he stepped on the 20th step, his body shook violently as if he had been struck by lightning. He could not hold on any longer and retreated from the stairs. Because he was retreating too fast and the huge pressure, the swordsman was the first one to roll down. When he got up, he spat out a mouthful of blood and looked exhausted. Chu Mu and the others were even more shocked. The first swordsman had only made it to the 10th step. The second swordsman was a bit more powerful and made it to the 20th step. However, it was only a small part of the entire staircase. 99 steps. There are 99 steps in total. That means we have to walk through all 99 steps, said a swordsman in a low voice, which made many people's hearts sink. Walking through 20 steps was already so difficult, let alone 99. That's the only way to make it challenging, isn't it? Said a cold and arrogant swordsman with a smile on his face. He slowly walked up the first step as if he was taking a stroll in the park. As if he did not feel any pressure, the cold and arrogant swordsman did not rush up the stairs. Instead, he maintained his original pattern, taking one step at a time and one step at a time. Soon, the cold and arrogant swordsman had crossed the 20th step and was still going up. However, everyone could clearly see that his speed had decreased a lot. His expression was extremely serious. When he reached the 25th step, he suddenly sped up and rushed forward continuously. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the 20th step. When he had one foot on the 29th step, it was as if he had been slapped by an invisible hand. His whole body flew backward. When he left the stairs, the cold and arrogant swordsman immediately felt that the terrifying pressure had disappeared. He barely managed to twist his body in midair and adjusted himself. When he landed on the ground, he took 7 or 8 steps back before he could stabilize himself. He groaned as blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He had suffered an internal injury. There were 14 swordsmen who had entered this place. Now 3 of them had died. Although they could continue climbing the dragon stairs, they had already failed once and were injured. There was not much hope for them to continue climbing the dragon stairs. It will happen sooner or later. Let me do it. A swordsman in his 40s said something that did not make any sense. He rushed out like lightning, extremely fast and ferocious. It was as if he wanted to use this method to gain more momentum. When he stepped onto the first step, his speed was slightly affected. However, under the strong momentum, his whole body was like an arrow that had been shot out from a bow. In an instant, this middle-aged swordsman had passed through 8 steps. When he stepped onto the 9th step, his body stopped and swayed slightly. Before he could stabilize himself, his whole body was about to fall down. He hurriedly took a few steps back and stood on the 5th step. After adjusting himself, he continued to step forward and endured more pressure. In the end, this swordsman could only reach the 18th step with great difficulty before he could no longer move forward. Under the huge pressure, he retreated awkwardly. The 4th person was eliminated. The 99 golden steps were like a natural barrier in front of everyone's eyes, making them feel the pressure from the bottom of their hearts. Another swordsman walked towards the golden steps. This swordsman was a bit stronger, but he could only last until the 38th step. He rolled down the stairs in a sorry state. Not only did he suffer internal and external injuries, but he also suffered some external injuries. Lifeless Thorn, do you want to go up and try? Tong Tianming suddenly grinned and said to Lifeless Thorn in a somewhat provocative tone. Lifeless Thorn continued to climb the 99 steps as if he hadn't heard Tong Tianming's words. In response, Tong Tianming only chuckled and looked at Chu Mu. Hey, I say, do you want to try and see if you're the first to pass again? Chu Mu also ignored Tong Tianming. Tong Tianming snorted coldly, hefted his sword, and strode towards the dragon stairs. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 549. With a shout, Tang Tianming's tall and mighty figure had already reached the 99th step. In an instant he had reached the 13th step in a row, shocking all the swordsmen below, especially the 4 swordsmen who had personally experienced the power of the Dragon Ascension Stairs. They deeply understood how difficult it was to reach the 13th step in a row. Moreover, Tang Tianming stood firmly on the 13th step, not wavering at all. He paused for less than a breath's time before continuing on to the 14th step. Although it wasn't as shocking as when he reached the 13th step, Tang Tianming didn't seem to feel much pressure on the 33rd step. Every step was steady. Standing on the 33rd step, Tang Tianming paused for 3 breaths of time to catch his breath. Then he continued on to the 34th step. Immediately, Chumu noticed a slight change in Tang Tianming's expression, which quickly returned to normal. Could the 34th step be different from before? Chumu thought to himself. Lifeless Thorn also noticed Tang Tianming's fleeting expression. At this moment, Tang Tianming's foot landed on the 34th step. With a bang, the entire staircase seemed to shake. Tang Tianming raised his other foot and landed firmly on the 34th step. He took a deep breath as if he was accumulating power. Everyone stared at Tang Tianming, waiting to see what he would do. 10 breaths later, as if Tang Tianming had accumulated enough strength, he slowly lifted his right foot and stomped it down heavily. A loud bang sounded like the beating of a drum, and at the same time, the crowd felt their vision blurring. Tang Tianming's tall figure rapidly rushed up the stairs, reaching the 40th step in the blink of an eye. Standing firm, Tang Tianming's body trembled slightly. Under his robe, his muscles bulged and jumped continuously, like a pump providing powerful waves of power. Tang Tianming must have cultivated a body-tempering technique. His physique is stronger than ordinary Origin Realm swordsmen. It might not be inferior to my Sky Desolation sword body, Chumu said to himself as he stared at Tang Tianming, who was moving up step by step. Soon, Tang Tianming had reached the 66th step, attracting everyone's attention. When Tang Tianming reached the 67th stair, his face paled and his body swayed. Not only did Chumu and Lifeless Thorn notice it, but so did the other swordsmen. This time, Tang Tianming used more than 10 breaths to stabilize himself. After that, he did not rush to take a step forward. He stood quietly on the 67th step as if he was getting used to it. 30 breaths later, Tang Tianming seemed to have adapted to the situation. He took a step forward and stepped onto the 68th step. However, his speed was not as fast as before. When he reached the 70th step, Tang Tianming's speed dropped once more. Often, it would take him 20 to 30 breaths of time to reach the next step. Beads of sweat appeared on Tang Tianming's forehead and slowly flowed down his face. When he reached the 80th step, Tang Tianming's body began to tremble slightly. Sweat continued to drip down, but it was annihilated by the terrifying pressure. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with exhaustion. He raised his trembling right foot, wanting to step onto the 81st step, but it seemed to be blocked by an invisible force, unable to land. As if he were fighting against the heavens, Tang Tianming's right foot desperately tried to land, but it was blocked by an invisible force. His foot continued to tremble. A thunderous roar suddenly exploded. Tang Tianming's right foot landed on the 81st step. Before he could steady himself, his body swayed violently and he lost control of his body and was about to topple over. In this critical moment, Tang Tianming hurriedly adjusted his body, stepping back on the steps and rapidly descending. He only managed to stabilize himself after reaching the 70th step. Tang Tianming looked up at the steps with deep unwillingness. His expression shifted, but in the end he turned around and quickly walked down. As soon as he left the dragon ascending stairs, the pressure on his body vanished, and Tong Tianming exhaled deeply. None of you will be able to reach the final step. Tong Tianming swept his gaze around, pausing for a moment on Chu-Mu and Lifeless Thorn. Then he sneered. After personally experiencing the pressure of the dragon ascending stairs, Tong Tianming deeply understood how difficult it was. Even his heavenly berserker body could not withstand it. He had failed at the 81st step, and there were still 18 steps left. He did not think that anyone could surpass the remaining 18 steps. One had to know that with every step up, the pressure one had to endure would increase. Tong Tianming was publicly acknowledged as one of the strongest swordsmen present, and he was on par with Lifeless Thorn. As for Chu-Mu, they did not know him, so they did not know. If even Tong Tianming had failed, the others felt dejected and hopeless. However, Lifeless Thorn continued to walk forward. Everyone's eyes fell on him. Unlike Tong Tianming, Lifeless Thorn did not stop. Every step he took was the same distance, and he walked straight up the first step without accumulating any power. As if he was taking a stroll, Lifeless Thorn maintained the same pace and walked up step by step. When he reached the 33rd step, he did not seem to be under any pressure. When he reached the 34th step, Lifeless Thorn's expression changed imperceptibly. He seemed a little surprised, but he recovered in the blink of an eye and continued walking up. Compared to Tong Tianming, who had stopped accumulating power, Lifeless Thorn seemed much more relaxed. However, the moment he stepped onto the 34th step, his speed dropped and his body trembled slightly. It was clear that his body was not as strong as Tong Tianming's. However, Lifeless Thorn's willpower was even stronger than Tong Tianming's. He forced his way to the 66th step. When he reached the 67th step, his face was pale, sweat beaded on his forehead, and his body swayed slightly. He seemed even weaker than Tong Tianming. Even if Lifeless Thorn was defeated, no one would find it strange. What was surprising was that Lifeless Thorn, who seemed like a candle flickering in the wind, could be extinguished at any moment, continued walking up step by step. When he reached the 80th step, Tong Tianming's pupils constricted. The 80th step was his limit. Strictly speaking, he had yet to reach the 81st step. Now, Lifeless Thorn was equal to him. If Lifeless Thorn could reach the 81st step and stand properly, he would surpass Tong Tianming. Tong Tianming, who had always thought highly of himself, could not accept this. Lifeless Thorn raised his foot again, attracting everyone's attention and making them hold their breaths. Tap, tap, tap. Lifeless Thorn's footsteps were slow and steady. Tong Tianming's expression turned extremely unsightly. The 84th step. Tong Tianming's expression was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. Lifeless Thorn had not just surpassed him, but greatly surpassed him. The 85th step. Lifeless Thorn's figure flickered, and then he took a step back. He glanced at the golden figure above him, then turned around and walked down. In contrast to Tong Tianming's unwillingness, Lifeless Thorn seemed much more at ease. He's able to pick up and let go. Chu-Mu inwardly nodded. Perhaps Tong Tianming's strength was not inferior to Lifeless Thorn's, but in terms of future achievements, Lifeless Thorn was bound to surpass Tong Tianming. After walking down the dragon ascending stairs, Lifeless Thorn stood silently to the side like a statue. Tong Tianming's expression was still gloomy, but a cold smile tugged at his lips. I'll also try. Of the remaining swordsmen, one after another began to walk up. In the end, the best swordsman failed after reaching the 50th step. In the end, only Chu-Mu remained. 10 odd people stared at Chu-Mu. Tong Tianming's gaze even contained a hint of provocation. Chu-Mu ignored their gazes. Through his previous observations, he had gradually come to a conclusion. Thus, he strode up the dragon ascending stairs. Chu-Mu did not stop. When he reached the dragon ascending stairs and took a step forward, Chu-Mu immediately felt a pressure descend upon him. This pressure came from all directions, pressing down on his body as if trying to crush him into a pulp. But to Chu-Mu's body, this pressure was negligible. Chu Mu easily reached the 20th step. The pressure was even greater, but it still did not affect him. Under everyone's gazes, Chu Mu walked up to the 33rd step and felt the immense pressure crushing down on him like a mountain. Even with his sky-desolate sword body, he felt no small amount of pressure. Taking a step forward and stepping onto the 34th step, Chu Mu immediately understood why Tong Tianming and lifeless Jing's expressions were strange. The pressure pressing down on him from the outside didn't weaken or strengthen, but a pressure was generated from within, acting on his organs, meridians, blood, and bones. It must be borne in mind that the inside of the body was more fragile than the outside, so this pressure was naturally unbearable. Fortunately, Chu Mu's sky-desolate sword body was formed from the inside out, so he did not feel uncomfortable under this sudden pressure. Go up, go up, go up. The external pressure didn't change, but the internal pressure was constantly increasing. When Chu Mu reached the 66th step, the internal pressure had already reached the same level as the external pressure. With the internal and external pressure, the pressure his body had to endure multiplied. If I'm not wrong, the next step should be the mental pressure. Chu Mu muttered to himself as he stepped onto the 67th step. Sure enough, the external and internal pressure did not change, but a mental pressure descended upon him. This kind of pressure could only be resisted with one's mental will. In a situation where one's mental will was insufficient, one had to rely on a strong and tenacious willpower. Chu Mu's soul was powerful, so his mental will was also very strong. It was several times stronger than the likes of Tong Tianming and Lifeless Thorn, so this mental pressure could not affect Chu Mu in the slightest. Immediately, the swordsmen below were shocked to discover that Chu Mu's speed had increased. From the 67th step to the 90th step, Chu Mu seemed to be running. In 3 short breaths, he had crossed 23 steps. It was so shocking that the swordsmen were momentarily unable to react. They all stared blankly, as if they were dreaming. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 550. This is impossible. Tong Tianming couldn't help but cry out. Look, it's the 91st stair, a swordsman said. Lifeless Jing's pupils constricted. Only Lifeless Jing and Tong Tianming had ever reached the 66th stair, so they understood what kind of pressure awaited them after that. External, internal, and mental. 3 kinds of pressure weighed down on their bodies, leaving no blind spots. Only they knew what it was like. Every step up, the pressure would continuously increase. Therefore, when they saw Chu Mu step onto the 91st step, their hearts were like raging waves. When he reached the 91st stair, the pressure changed. Not only did it become more tyrannical, but it also contained a unique fluctuation. Chu Mu felt like he had become a mortal facing off against a dragon. That enormous dragon roared and wantonly exuded a terrifying dragon aura from its terrifying body. It crushed the void and suppressed Chu Mu's mind. Dragon's aura was originally a high-level pressure that was incomparably powerful. Even if it was only a sliver, it caused the pressure on Chu Mu's mind to multiply. It was a suppression on the bloodline and soul. Once more, his powerful soul manifested. Withstanding this powerful pressure, Chu Mu managed to stand firm on the 91st stair, 92nd stair, 93rd stair. As he climbed one stair after another, Chu Mu's speed of raising and lowering his foot became slower and slower. When he reached the 96th stair, it took him several dozen breaths of time to raise his foot and even longer to lower his foot. The 99th stair. Chu Mu's body swayed as he struggled to stand firmly on the last dragon ascending stairs. The 3 layers of pressure made him feel as if his body was about to float. Chu Mu knew that he had to remain steady at a time like this, or all his previous efforts would be for naught. So powerful. The 99th stair. If he goes any higher, he'll reach the top. The swordsmen below were in a heated discussion. They were all dumbfounded at first, then shocked, and then sucked in a breath of cold air. They had personally experienced the pressure of the dragon ascension stairs. Damn it! How is this possible? Tong Tianming clenched his fists tightly, his face gloomy as he stared fixedly at Chu Mu, constantly muttering in his heart, fall down, he couldn't succeed, and he didn't want to see others succeed. Lifeless Thorn also stared at Chu Mu, but in his mind he was thinking, step on. Under the nervous gazes of the 10 or so swordsmen, the image of a golden dragon appeared in Chu Mu's mental world. It was cruising, roaring, raising a storm and dominating the sky. The overwhelming dragon might pour down like a torrential downpour, almost causing Chu Mu's spiritual world to collapse. In the spiritual world, Chu Mu's spiritual body condensed and slashed out with a fledgling sword soul in his hand. In an instant, the light of the sword soul exploded, splitting the sky like lightning as it attacked the dragon. With a crack, the dragon was sent flying. Chu Mu only felt the vast dragon might disappear in an instant. His spiritual body was on the verge of collapse, and his head was in extreme pain. His strong willpower allowed him to endure the pain. Taking advantage of the temporary disappearance of the dragon might, he raised his foot, stepped forward, and landed. He went up. A swordsman said, trembling. He really went up? How could it be like this? How could it be like this? Tong Tianming's 2 hands were tightly clenched. His face was full of gloom as he stared at Chu Mu. He gnashed his teeth, and in his heart he constantly questioned and angrily roared. How could a nameless pawn reach the top? He went up? Lifeless Thorn seemed relieved, but he was also somewhat unwilling. At this moment, the 10 or so swordsmen had a dozen different thoughts. The only thing they had in common was that they were all shocked. When Chu Mu crossed the 99th step and stood on the dragon platform, the 3 layers of pressure instantly disappeared without a trace. His body became light as a feather, as if he was about to fly. Chu Mu's adaptability was extremely strong. He immediately adjusted in 3 breaths and completely adapted to the situation. The dragon platform was at the top of the 99th step. It was very large and surrounded by darkness. There was only a golden statue in front of him. It was the statue of the Sky Dragon Sword Saint, emitting a faint golden light as if it was the center of the entire world. Facing this golden statue, Chu Mu had a feeling that this statue was alive and could come to life at any time. This strange feeling caused Chu Mu to maintain a high level of vigilance. Who knew if there would be another test later? At this moment, the 10 or so swordsmen at the bottom of the dragon platform felt their bodies being enveloped by an invisible force. Before they could react, the scene in front of them blurred, and in the blink of an eye, they fell into darkness and disappeared. Chu Mu discovered that the 10 or so swordsmen had disappeared. The dragon platform also disappeared step by step, leaving only the dragon platform floating in the darkness. The surroundings were silent. Suddenly, Chu Mu noticed that the golden figure in front of him seemed to have moved. This saint originally thought that this time would be the same as before and that I would have to continue waiting. I don't know how long I would have to wait. I didn't expect that you would actually be able to walk up the dragon platform. A voice sounded. It was the Sky Dragon Sword Saint's voice from before. However, at this moment, it sounded like a deep sigh. There was a sense of vicissitudes and loneliness in his tone. Chu Mu didn't say anything. He stood there quietly. The golden figure in front of him moved, taking a step forward. The golden light on his body converged. It was a tall and imposing middle-aged man in a golden dragon robe. His eyes seemed to contain the stars, the sun, and the moon. They contained endless mysteries. The Sky Dragon Sword Saint's gaze landed on Chu Mu. It was as if he could see through the river of time. It made Chu Mu feel as if all his secrets had been seen through. Sky Baron, Sword Body. I didn't expect to see the Sky Baron Sword Body again after so many years. The Sky Dragon Sword Saint's words made Chumu's heart beat wildly. His expression changed slightly. He never expected that the Sky Baron's sword body he cultivated would be seen through. It was something that even the Azura sword of Gojoseon didn't understand. Sky Baron's sword body, from the inside out. You should have cultivated it to the second level. Your body is more than 10 times stronger than an ordinary astral realm swordsman, together with your soul power that is far stronger than ordinary people. It's no wonder you could climb the 99 Dragon Ascension stairs and reach the Dragon Ascension stage. The Sky Dragon Sword Saint said, slowly with his hands behind his back. Every word he said shocked Chumu. Junior, your body and soul are very strong. Your sword skills are also above ordinary swordsmen. Even when I was your age, I was far from being your opponent. The Sky Dragon Sword Saint said, I'm very gratified to have an inheritor like you. However, once you receive my inheritance, your bloodline will change, and so will your body. Bloodline change, body change. Chumu repeated, May I ask, Senior, if I receive your inheritance, what will my bloodline and body change? I'm titled Sky Dragon because I have a trace of True Dragon's bloodline. If you receive my inheritance, you will naturally inherit this trace of True Dragon's bloodline. Because of the True Dragon's bloodline, your body will also become a True Dragon's body. You will also be able to inherit my True Dragon sword art. The Sky Dragon Sword Saint said slowly, the True Dragon is domineering, and the Sky Baron sword body is unique. The two cannot coexist. Therefore, you can only choose between them. With a rumble, it was as if a bolt from the blue exploded in Chumu's mind. After going through a lot of hardships, he entered the Sword Saint's ruins, climbed the 99 Dragon Ascension stairs, and reached the Dragon Ascension stage. He thought he could receive the Sky Dragon Sword Saint's inheritance, but he didn't expect to be told that he had to choose between the True Dragon's body and the Sky Baron's sword body. For a moment, Chumu's mind was in a mess. The Sky Dragon Sword Saint looked at Chumu and waited for Chumu's choice. To be honest, he was very satisfied with Chumu. He was a very outstanding inheritor. But at the same time, Chumu had the Sky Baron sword body, which meant that the Sky Dragon Sword Saint couldn't force Chumu to receive the inheritance. All the choices were on Chumu himself. Chaos, temporarily away, because from the beginning, Chumu wasn't very enthusiastic about receiving the Sword Saint's inheritance. He entered this place more as a training experience. After thinking through this point, Chumu didn't feel so bad anymore. Have you made up your mind? The Sky Dragon Sword Saint asked. Yes. Chumu nodded his head. I choose the Sky Baron sword body. Sky Baron sword body. This mysterious technique obtained in the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace had accompanied Chumu until now. Chumu always felt that the Sky Wasteland sword body wasn't so simple, especially after facing the Heavenly Dragon Sword Saint this time and hearing about the Sky Wasteland sword body from the Heavenly Dragon Sword Saint. Chumu felt that the origin of the Sky Wasteland sword body was extraordinary. Moreover, if he received the Sky Dragon Sword Saint's inheritance, other than the real dragon bloodline, he would also receive the real dragon sword principal inheritance. In this way, it was equivalent to putting an end to Chumu's path of creating his own sword principle. With all these reasons and his intuition, Chumu made a choice to give up the Sky Dragon Sword Saint's inheritance and choose the Sky Baron sword body. Could it be that without the Sky Dragon Sword Saint's inheritance, he couldn't reach the top? The answer was no. In the past, Chumu didn't receive any inheritance and relied on his own ability to reach the top step by step. Until now, he had trampled on many swordsmen who had the Hinayana sword principle and Mahayana sword principle inheritance. He firmly believed that even if he didn't receive the Sky Dragon Sword Saint's inheritance, he could reach the top and become a sword saint, charging towards the legendary sword god. It seems that I'm not fated with you. The Sky Dragon Sword Saint didn't seem to be surprised, but shook his head regretfully and sighed. That sigh was extremely complicated, which made Chumu almost impulsively change his mind. It's been many years. Ever since I fell and left behind this spiritual body, I haven't fought with anyone. The Sky Dragon Sword Saint changed the topic and sighed. Junior, your sword principle is very impressive. It makes my hands itch. Draw your sword and fight with me. Chumu was stunned. Fight with the Sky Dragon Sword Saint? To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 551. A sword duel with a sword saint. This was something that Chumu had never thought of. But since the Sky Dragon Sword Saint was interested, Chumu agreed without hesitation. Sword Saint. Sword Saint. To be able to become a sword saint, one must have been immersed in sword techniques for hundreds or thousands of years, or even longer. What kind of realm would he reach? Chumu was looking forward to it. A golden sword appeared in the Sky Dragon Sword Saint's hand. It was wider than an ordinary sword, and there was a golden dragon carving on it. It was so lifelike that it seemed like it would come alive at any time. Chumu also pulled out the 8-sided Desolation Sword and kept the scabbard in his spatial ring with a solemn expression. A sharp aura surrounded the surroundings. It was like a breeze, but also like thunder. It was extremely sharp and cutting. Take this. The Sky Dragon Sword Saint shouted and instantly broke the silence. His sword pierced towards Chumu. The golden light was restrained, and the trajectory of the sword could be seen clearly. However, it gave Chumu a feeling that he couldn't dodge it. It was as if no matter how he dodged, he couldn't escape from this sword. From this sword, Chumu saw countless possibilities and mysteries. When an expert made a move, one would know whether or not he was an expert. The Heavenly Dragon Sword Saint's sword seemed simple, but it had actually gone through countless tempering and thousands of years of tempering. It was extremely simple, yet contained boundless profundity. Chumu could say with absolute certainty that the Heavenly Dragon Sword Saint's sword was the strongest sword he had seen so far aside from himself. This sword made Chumu feel the pressure. Since he couldn't dodge it, there was no need to dodge. He drew his sword and counterattacked. The Tao was simple. Chumu's sword was also very simple. In the eyes of the Sky Dragon Sword Saint, it was a stab that was parallel to his sword and stabbed towards him. There was no mercy. When swordsmen fought with swords, they sought to be carefree and unrestrained. The Sky Dragon Sword Saint could clearly determine that Chumu's sword would be faster than his by 1,000th of a second. With a flick of his wrist, the sword moved, changed, and cut towards Chumu's wrist. Chumu also changed his sword move in an instant. In the blink of an eye, both of them had changed hundreds of sword moves. None of them showed mercy. What was even stranger was that after hundreds of sword moves, Chumu's sword and the Sky Dragon Sword Saint's sword never clashed once. Hand-eye-body step was used. It looked very simple, but in fact, every move had gone through a lot of practice. It was the simplest, most direct, and effective. It was killing. A fight without fireworks was even more dangerous, and every move was fatal. Suddenly, Sky Dragon Sword Saint's eyes. His eyes shone brightly, as if he wanted to see through Chumu's. Your sword technique. Heavenly Dragon Sword Saint's tone was filled with endless shock and admiration, as well as disbelief after seeing the truth. This was because he could tell that Chumu wasn't that old, not even 30 years old. He was not even 30 years old, yet he possessed such a level of swordsmanship. His talent in swordsmanship was truly earth-shattering. If it was in the past, I might not be your opponent in terms of swordsmanship. For the first time, Sky Dragon Sword Saint did not refer to himself as this saint. Instead, he referred to himself as I to show his recognition of Chumu. However, in these years, I have been studying swordsmanship when I have nothing to do. I have already broken through a limit and reached a new height. Next, I will show you my true strength. When Chumu heard that, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he was looking forward to it. The swordsmanship that Sky Dragon Sword Saint displayed had already made Chumu feel great pressure. It was almost on par. This was not the true standard of Sky Dragon Sword Saint's swordsmanship. This level I call it territory. Sky Dragon Sword Saint looked solemn, which stunned Chumu. Territory. Swordsmanship territory. After muttering, Chumu felt that his blood was boiling. At that moment, his swordsmanship had already reached a limit, which was 10 meters away from the forbidden area of swordsmanship. If he were to break through, it would be the legendary swordsmanship territory. However, swordsmanship territory and swordsmanship forbidden area were two different things after all. Swordsmanship territory was above swordsmanship forbidden area. Although it would be swordsmanship territory after breaking through swordsmanship forbidden area, this checkpoint had trapped countless swordsmen since ancient times. Even in the world of swordsmen on Earth who specialized in swordsmanship, there were only a handful of experts who could break through to swordsmanship territory. There would not be more than 10 of them. Chumu could be said to be the first person since ancient times to be able to cultivate his swordsmanship to the level of 10 meters away from swordsmanship forbidden area at such a young age. However, Chumu was not satisfied. He wanted to continue to break through and reach the level of swordsmanship territory. He wanted to break through to a higher realm. However, he had no idea how to break through to swordsmanship territory. Now, Sky Dragon Sword Saint said that his swordsmanship had reached the level of swordsmanship territory. If he could fight with him and feel the profundity of the power, Chumu might find an opportunity to break through. This was an opportunity. Even if he could not get the inheritance of Sky Dragon Sword Saint, this opportunity alone was worth it. Take this. Sky Dragon Sword Saint roared again and slashed with his sword. This slash was filled with terrifying power. The golden dragon on the sword seemed to have come alive and let out a soul-shaking roar. It was as if it could split the mountains and split the earth. If it was only sufficient strength and speed, Chumu would not even put it in his eyes. What made his pupils contract was that the heavenly dragon sword saint's slash had a strange energy around it. This energy was indescribable, but it began to affect the surrounding space, causing some sort of change to occur in this space. Chumu realized that he could not dodge this slash from Sky Dragon Sword Saint because the surrounding space seemed to have been sealed. What shocked him even more was that he could not counterattack. When facing the opponent's attack, one could either dodge, block, or counterattack. At this moment, there was no way to dodge or counterattack. The only way was to block. However, this slash gave Chumu a feeling that it would be difficult to block it even if he wanted to. Even so, he had to block it. Swinging his sword, the Mountain Quake Force was activated for the first time. The 8 Desolation swords vibrated at an extremely high frequency and slashed towards Sky Dragon Sword Saint's sword. When the two swords collided, Chumu felt that his sword was being pulled by a strange power and slid to the side unconsciously. The Mountain Quake Force on the sword also melted under the strange power. Sheathing his sword, he slashed out again and unleashed the Mountain Quake Force once more. Sky Dragon Sword Saint's wrist shook, and the speed of his slash was even faster and stronger. After a few collisions, the Mountain Quake Force was melted time and time again. It could not unleash the power that it should have. Chumu's sword could not accurately block Sky Dragon Sword Saint's sword. It felt like it was smeared with oil, slippery and slippery. The strange power made Chumu's defense powerless. Sword technique territory. Is the strange power around the sword the power formed by the sword technique territory? Chumu thought to himself. Sky Dragon Sword Saint's sword technique territory was not perfect after all. After a few slashes from Chumu, the power of the sword technique territory was disintegrated. Sky Dragon Sword Saint had no choice but to change his sword move again. With the power of the sword technique territory, he slashed towards Chu Mu from the side. Still unable to dodge or counterattack, Yi Shiwen could only block again. After unleashing the mountain quake force time and time again, it was melted time and time again. Chu Mu was having a hard time blocking it. He knew very well that although the mountain quake force was being melted time and time again, it still had some effect. Without the mountain quake force, he would only be able to block 1 or 2 slashes from Sky Dragon Sword Saint before being defeated. Sky Dragon Sword Saint's every slash could be said to be back to basics. In his hand, the sword was slashing, piercing, and cutting. Although there was nothing special about it, it contained endless principles. The so-called sword technique territory is when one's understanding of swordsmanship has reached a level beyond others. One's mastery of the sword has reached a level that others can't reach. One's control of the surrounding environment has also reached a level that is close to perfect. By combining all these together, one's swordsmanship can affect the surrounding environment. This effect is beneficial to oneself and not beneficial to others. After many collisions, even though Chu Mu was having a hard time blocking and had the possibility of being defeated at any time, his powerful soul power allowed him to observe the details. His monstrous comprehension also allowed him to comprehend the profoundness within. All sorts of comprehensions surged into his mind. In terms of swordsmanship, if Chu Mu's comprehension were to claim to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. His level of swordsmanship had already reached the limit of the forbidden area of swordsmanship. However, due to his lack of accumulation and lack of opportunity, he was unable to comprehend the profoundness of the sword technique territory. Originally, with his own ability, he would need at least 3 years to break through this level and reach the level of the sword technique territory. In this battle of swordsmanship with Sky Dragon Sword Saint, Chu Mu had personally experienced the so-called sword technique territory. All of a sudden, it had saved him at least 3 years of time. After understanding the composition of the sword technique territory, Chu Mu's train of thought suddenly opened up. All sorts of comprehensions were reverberating in his mind. Analyze, comprehend, understand. After another collision, Chu Mu's eyes suddenly lit up. There seemed to be a flash of light in his soul. Take my sword. This time around, without waiting for Sky Dragon Sword Saint to attack, Chu Mu's sword was the first to strike. Sky Dragon Sword Saint's face suddenly changed. That was because he could feel that Chu Mu's sword seemed to be ordinary. However, it seemed to have sealed the surrounding space, making him feel that he couldn't dodge or counterattack. Around the sword, there were also traces of strange power entangling around it. They were like threads that covered the surrounding space, causing some effects. Sword technique territory. Sky Dragon's Sword Saint gulped, and his face was filled with shock. He had never expected that Chu Mu would have a breakthrough in the battle of swordsmanship with him. With a slash, the two swords collided, and the power of the sword technique territory cancelled each other out. The two of them retreated uncontrollably and faced each other from a distance. Looking at Chu Mu, Sky Dragon Sword Saint suddenly felt a little absent-minded. He felt that everything was so unreal. If he was born in the same era as me, I'm afraid that his brilliance would overshadow me and all other swordsmen, causing all swordsmen to live under his shadow. This thought popped up in Sky Dragon Sword Saint's mind. He couldn't help but feel a sense of relief and regret at the same time. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 552. In the depths of the Sky Dragon Sword Hall, the Sky Dragon Sword Saint stared at Chu Mu with his eyes wide open. It was as if he wanted to see how Chu Mu was formed and why he was so different from other swordsmen. It's a pity that such a monstrous talent has no fate with my inheritance. The Sky Dragon Sword Saint couldn't help but sigh. Junior, what's your name? The Sky Dragon Sword Saint asked. Chu Mu. Even though he was facing an ancient Sword Saint soul, Chu Mu didn't show much excitement. It was only because he had comprehended the profoundness of the sword principal territory through the Sky Dragon Sword Saint's sword principal territory that he finally broke through the limit of his sword principal forbidden zone. Therefore, Chu Mu was very respectful to the Sky Dragon Sword Saint. "Chu Mu, I'll remember your name," the Sky Dragon Sword Saint said solemnly. "Your talent is the highest I've ever seen in my life. However, you don't seem to have inherited any sword principle?" "No," Chu Mu answered directly. "You didn't inherit any sword principle. Is it because you can't inherit any sword principle? Or are you unwilling to inherit any sword principle?" the Sky Dragon Sword Saint asked after a moment of silence. Before Chu Mu could answer, the Sky Dragon Sword Saint continued, "Could it be that you want to go down the path of creating your own sword principle?" "That's right." Chu Mu didn't beat around the bush and admitted frankly, "Creating your own sword principle." The Sky Dragon Sword Saint's gaze turned deep and his tone was filled with endless emotions. He seemed to be very emotional about creating his own sword principle. This path isn't easy to walk. It's extremely difficult. Back then, there were a few genius swordsmen from my generation who chose to go down the path of creating their own sword principle. After going through so much, I was the only one who succeeded in taking that step and creating the true dragon swordway. However, that was also because I obtained a sliver of the true dragon bloodline. If I did not obtain the true dragon bloodline, I would have fallen on the path of creating my own swordway like them. Chu Mu's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. Through Sky Dragon Sword Saint's words, he further understood the difficulty of creating his own sword principle. However, this was unable to shake Chu Mu's will. It only made him even more determined. Even if he fell on this path in the end, he would still have no regrets. Chu Mu's gaze dazzled the Sky Dragon Sword Sage. It was as if he had returned to that era of struggle. All sorts of memories flashed through his mind. After a long while, Sky Dragon Sword Saint sighed. "It's impossible to create your own sword principle without a firm will. I can see from your eyes that you're very determined. Although I don't know if you can create your own sword principle in the end. With this unshakable determination, you'll definitely live a wonderful life." Chu Mu nodded. Creating one's own sword Dao was an extremely difficult path. No one could guarantee that they would succeed, but if they wanted to succeed, they had to put in an unimaginable amount of effort. Heavenly Dragon Sword Saint did not say anything else. He seemed to be deep in thought. Chu Mu did not disturb him. Time trickled by. Outside the Sword Saint's remains, in the 3 secluded valley, figures appeared one after another. Tong Tianming, even Jing Wuming is here. Did anyone obtain the inheritance of the Sky Dragon Sword Saint? I don't know. Looking at Tong Tianming's expression, he probably did not obtain the inheritance. Young Master, did you obtain the inheritance of the Sky Dragon Sword Saint? The elder of the Jing clan asked Jing Wuming through sword chi. Jing Wuming shook his head. If it's not the young master or Tong Tianming, then who is it? The elder of the Jing clan was confused. All sorts of discussions rose and fell. In the end, a few of the swordsmen who had failed to climb the dragon stairs explained the situation. What? It's him. Before, in this group of people, Chu Mu was just a small character that didn't attract much attention. He was only at the initial stage of the origin realm. Only those who had seen Chu Mu in action knew how powerful Chu Mu was. It's actually Brother Chu. Shintawudi's eyes widened in disbelief. Although Shintawudi also knew that Chu Mu's sword technique was at an inhuman level and was extremely terrifying, the chances of him obtaining the Heavenly Dragon Sword Saint's inheritance were not small. However, when he truly heard the news of Chu Mu obtaining the Heavenly Dragon Sword Saint's inheritance, he could not help but feel shocked. The people of the Shinto clan were also shocked and worried. "Clan head, this is a big problem," an elder said through sword chi. "That's right. Patriarch, look at those people's eyes. They must be plotting against Elder Chu." Once Elder Chu leaves the Sword Saint's remains. They will definitely join hands and force Elder Chu to hand over the inheritance of the Sky Dragon Sword Saint. Another elder said worriedly, "If we're not careful, our Shinto clan may be implicated." The third elder analyzed, "Now, our Shinto clan has three options. The first option is to join forces with the other clans and force Chumu to hand over the inheritance. However, I don't recommend that, and I don't think the clan head will agree to it either. If we do that, what's the difference between us and a villain?" Shinto Kwangsha asked. "Yes, then there are only two options." That elder continued, "The first option is for our Shinto clan to stay out of this. From then on, we will have nothing to do with Chumu. The second option is for our Shinto clan to stand on the same front as Elder Chu, advancing and retreating together. However, if we do that, our Shinto clan will definitely go against the various clans of the Purple Sky Palace, and it's very likely that our clan will be exterminated." One was morality, and the other was the survival of the clan. At this moment, Shinto Kwangsha was stuck in the middle, and it was difficult for him to choose. He was the clan head and had the right to make decisions. This was a matter of great importance, and he could not help but be cautious. Choosing the first option would protect the Shinto clan, but the good relationship he had with Chumu would instantly collapse, and they would be strangers in the future. If he chose the second option, there were two possibilities. First, Chumu would be forced to hand over the Sword Saint's inheritance, and it was very likely that he would be killed, and the Shinto clan would decline, or even be exterminated. Second, if Chumu kept the Sword Saint's inheritance and successfully escaped, then the Shinto clan would be fine for the time being. After Chumu completely digested the Sky Dragon Sword Saint's inheritance, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. By the time he returned, no clan in the Purple Sky Palace would dare to touch him, and the Shinto clan would prosper because of this. Two extremes. At this moment, Shintowudi did not dare to speak. Although he had his own thoughts, he had been groomed as the next clan head since he was young, and he deeply understood the stakes involved. Shinto Kwangsha's heart was tormented by both ice and fire. The choice was incomparably difficult. On the Sky Dragon Sword Hall's Dragon Ascension platform, the Sky Dragon Sword Saint's eyes flashed after deep thought, causing Chumu's heart to involuntarily jump. "You are fated to be here. Although you do not wish to obtain my inheritance, I am very satisfied with you in every aspect, especially since you want to create your own Sword Dao." The Sky Dragon Sword Saint said slowly, "If you create your own Sword Dao, you will not be able to obtain the Sword Dao inheritance, but you can use it as a reference. I have collected a total of 30 Sword Daos, 8 of which are Mahayana Sword Daos, and 22 of which are Hinayana Sword Daos. You can browse through these 30 Sword Daos as you wish. This is my gift to you to establish a foundation for you on the path of creating your own Sword Dao." Hearing the Sky Dragon Sword Saint's words, Chumu was overjoyed and excited. Creating one's own Sword Dao was difficult, but if he could use other Sword Daos as a reference and gain some insights from them, it would definitely be helpful in creating one's own Sword Dao. The more Sword Daos one could use as a reference, the deeper one's understanding would be. When the time came, he could find a suitable opportunity to create his own Sword Dao, and the difficulty would be reduced. To create your own Sword Dao, you need an origin sword seed. I don't have it, so I only have these 30 Sword Daos for you to browse through." The Sky Dragon Sword Saint said and waved his hand. Suddenly, 30 balls of light appeared before Chumu, floating in the air. Out of the 30 balls of light, 8 of them were the same size, like footballs, and 22 of them were smaller, like fists. You can browse through the 30 Sword Daos here. The Sky Dragon Sword Saint put his hands behind his back and smiled. "However, before you browse through these Sword Daos, I think you will need some special treasures." "Special treasures?" For a moment, Chumu did not react. "Come out, young one. How long are you going to hide?" The Sky Dragon Sword Saint did not answer Chumu, but asked casually, Could it be? Chu Mu's expression changed slightly. Greetings, Senior Sky Dragon. The Azura sword of Gojoseon's godly soul body appeared from the dark red sword, landed on the ground, and bowed to the Sky Dragon Sword Saint. In terms of strength, the Azura sword of Gojoseon was not as good as the Sky Dragon Sword Saint. In terms of age, the Sky Dragon Sword Saint was older than the Azura sword of Gojoseon. In terms of achievements, the Sky Dragon Sword Saint was above the Azura sword of Gojoseon. The Azura sword of Gojoseon had to bow to him, and the Sky Dragon Sword Saint deserved it. Godly soul body, you are also a godly soul body. The Sky Dragon Sword Saint, who received the bow from the Azura sword of Gojoseon, murmured. Then he stared at the Azura sword of Gojoseon and asked, "Young one, do you want to reforge your body?" The Azura sword of Gojoseon was excited, and so was Chu Mu. "Senior, if there's any way to let the Azura sword of Gojoseon reforge his body," Chu Mu said excitedly. "Are you willing to pay the price, including giving up the Sky Baron sword body to obtain my inheritance?" The Sky Dragon Sword Saint asked with a faint smile. "Chu Mu, there's no need for that," the Azura sword of Gojoseon quickly said. "I'm willing." Chu Mu thought for a while, exhaled, and said in a deep voice. The Sky Dragon Sword Saint stared at Chu Mu with a serious look, as if he wanted to see through Chu Mu. "Don't worry, I'll respect your choice." After a long time, when Chu Mu was about to suffocate, the Sky Dragon Sword Saint smiled and relaxed the tense atmosphere. "The Sky Baron sword body is extraordinary, but your cultivation level is too low. Work hard. As for this young one wanting to reforge his body, I happen to have a piece of underworld crystal here." Underworld crystal? The Azura sword of Gojoseon was trembling all over. The underworld water was already a rare treasure, enough for him to reforge his body. As for the underworld crystal, it was the crystallization of the underworld water, an existence of a higher level than the underworld water. The effect of using the underworld crystal to reforge his body was definitely several times better than using the underworld water. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 553. On the dragon platform, Chu Mu stared at the 30 light balls that contained different sword principles, while the Azura sword of Gojoseon held a yellow crystal with trembling hands. Taking a closer look at the crystal, it was actually a reflection of the yellow color inside. It looked as if it was entirely yellow, but if one looked closely, they would be able to see that there was a drop of viscous yellow liquid inside the crystal. The water of the netherworld was extremely pure. After thousands of years of precipitation, it would eventually crystallize on the outside, forming the netherworld heavenly crystal. Using the netherworld heavenly crystal to reforge one's body was several times more effective than using the water of the netherworld. "Senior, Chu Mu, I'm going to start." After a while, the Azura sword of Gojoseon finally calmed down. He looked at the Sky Dragon Sword Saint and Chu Mu and said in a deep voice, "Senior, be careful," Chu Mu said. The Sky Dragon Sword Saint nodded. Speaking of which, since the Sky Dragon Sword Saint had the underworld heavenly crystal, why didn't he reforge his body? The reason was simple. His remaining soul was incomplete, not even half of it. His current body was actually made up of less than half of his soul, mixed with other things. The condition for reforging the body was that the soul had to be more than half of it. Moreover, the soul of a sword saint was fundamentally different from the soul of the sword of Gojoseon. The materials needed to reforge the body were more precious, and the netherworld heavenly crystal's grade was not enough. The Azura sword of Gojoseon's expression was cold. He immediately performed the secret method of reforging the body, infusing the power of his soul into the netherworld heavenly crystal to activate its power. In an instant, the power of the netherworld heavenly crystal erupted. The Azura sword of Gojoseon's soul entered it. The netherworld, heavenly crystal expanded, turning into a yellow cocoon. The yellow on its surface flowed like water, like countless rivers, crisscrossing to form a mysterious pattern. Since Senior Azura Sword of Gojosian has already begun to reforge his body, then I'll start looking at these sword principles. Chumu took a deep breath and chose a small light ball that contained Hinayana sword principles. In an instant, Chumu's spiritual consciousness entered the small ball of light. The structure of the small ball of light was very special. Chumu's spiritual consciousness condensed within it and turned into a spiritual body. Soon after, in front of Chumu's mental body, countless streams of air converged, forming a blood-red lake. A figure slowly emerged from the blood-red lake. This figure was blood-red, as if it was congealed from blood. It emitted a dense smell of blood. From his hair to his skin to his robe, everything was blood-red. The amazing murderous aura and the strong smell of blood combined perfectly to form the blood-red figure in front of Chumu. The bloody killing, swordsmanship. The bloody massacre sword principle was a Hinayana sword principle, which was a hybrid sword principle. Part of it belonged to the massacre sword principle, while the other part belonged to the blood god sword principle. Hybrid sword principles were often rarer and rarer than ordinary sword principles. Their power was also more powerful and strange than ordinary sword principles. The blood-red swordsman condensed a blood-red long sword in his hand and slashed it out. In an instant, an intense murderous aura and a terrifying blood-red color filled the sky as it slashed toward Chumu. The most direct way to comprehend the sword principle was to fight with a swordsman who had inherited the sword principle. The Sky Dragon Sword Saint looked at the Azura Sword Saint, who had turned into a cocoon, and then looked at Chumu, who had entered the ball of light with his spiritual consciousness. A heartfelt smile appeared on his face, but there was still loneliness in his eyes. No matter what, he was already a dead man. No matter how peerless he was in the past, everything was like a fleeting cloud that no longer existed. However, no matter what, at least he was once glorious. Thinking of this, the Sky Dragon Sword Saint's eyes became heated as he looked at Chumu. He should be the leader of this era. The Sky Dragon Sword Saint sighed softly. His feelings were very complicated. Time passed by slowly. The Sky Dragon Sword Saint seemed to have become a statue again as he remained motionless. Outside the Three Valley, there were constantly swordsmen rushing over from afar. They were experts from the various family clans of the Purple Divine Palace. Their numbers increased, and they nearly surrounded the Three Valley. The goal of these people was simple. They were waiting for Chumu to appear. Then they would surround Chumu and force him to hand over the Sky Dragon Sword Saint's inheritance. They believed that even after obtaining the Sky Dragon Sword Saint's inheritance, Chumu's strength would not increase by much. After all, it had only been a short period of time. Furthermore, they had many Origin Realm swordsmen. The combined pressure was extremely terrifying. Even a sword supremacy level swordsman would not be able to fight against them. This was because not only did they have so many swordsmen, they also had the backing of various family clans. This is going to be troublesome. The Shinta family clan had also mobilized many Origin Realm swordsmen. Although Shinta Kwangsha had not expressed his thoughts, his actions had already made Shinta Wudi and the few elders of the Shinta family aware of his attitude. However, the swordsmen of the other family clans thought that the Shinta family had the same thoughts as them. Chumu did not know that outside the Sword Saint's ruins, in the Three Valley, there were many Origin Realm swordsmen waiting for him to appear. They wanted to force him to hand over the Sky Dragon Sword Saint's inheritance. After leaving the first sphere of light, Chumu used an hour to adjust and comprehend. After that, he entered the second sphere of light. It was still the Hinayana sword principle. This time, the Hinayana sword principle was called the flawless sword principle. The so-called flawless meant that it was perfect. Of course, in the world, no matter what existence it was, it was impossible to achieve true perfection. The so-called perfection was relative. The flawless sword principle was a sword principle that pursued perfection. It was completely different from the bloody massacre sword principle. The flawless sword principle did not seem to have any special characteristics, nor was it very powerful. However, be it offense or defense, every sword's trajectory was perfect. It gave Chumu a feeling that he could not dodge, block, or counterattack. Unfortunately, the flawless sword principle was a Hinayana sword principle after all. It had its own limitations. As for Chumu, he had taken one step into the realm of swordsmanship. After battling with the flawless sword principle swordsman, he had a certain understanding of the flawless sword principle. His mastery of his own swordsmanship had deepened. It was equivalent to taking 2 steps into the realm of swordsmanship. After resting for another hour, Chumu entered the 3rd sphere of light. It was the 3rd Hinayana sword principle. Every time he battled with a small success sword principle inheritor, it would last for at least a moment. In such life-and-death battles, Chumu's swordsmanship began to improve bit by bit. It should be known that once one's swordsmanship reached the level of the realm of swordsmanship, it was extremely difficult to improve. Chumu was able to obtain such an opportunity, which was like a pie falling from the sky. Of course, without his comprehension, it would be difficult to improve much no matter how many opportunities there were. After each battle with a Hinayana sword principle inheritor, Chumu would take an hour to digest it. If he wanted to fully digest it, he would need more time. As time passed, Chumu's mind consciousness left the 22nd sphere of light. 22 Hinayana sword principles, bloody massacre sword principle, flawless sword principle, sharp metal sword principle. Next, it's the Mahayana sword principle. There was an obvious difference between the Mahayana sword principle and the Hinayana sword principle. A Mahayana sword principle could contain several, or even more than a dozen, Hinayana sword principles. After an hour, Chumu opened his eyes again, and his mind consciousness entered one of the 8 large spheres of light. It was a strange space that was half white and half black. After taking a closer look, Chumu realized that it was not really white or black. It was just somewhat similar. Suddenly, the black and white colors rotated like a Taiji diagram. Under the Taiji diagram, a figure slowly condensed and appeared. It was a man wearing a black and white robe, holding a sword that was white on one side and black on the other. Mahayana sword principle. Yin-yang sword principle. When the sword was drawn, the black and white swords pierced through the air as if they were going to split the world into yin and yang. Yin-yang sword principle. Chumu took a deep breath. Even though he was a spiritual body, it had become a habit of his. The 8-sided Tianhuang sword was unsheathed, and Chumu stabbed out with a bold sword. As expected of a Mahayana sword principle, Chumu fought for a full hour before defeating his opponent. His mind consciousness was severely exhausted, and it took Chumu 4 hours to recover. After that, he spent another 6 hours to reflect on every detail of the battle. Immediately afterwards, he entered the 2nd large light ball. This was a very, very empty world. A figure was condensed from countless strange forces. The color of the robe on his body was indescribable. Mahayana sword principle. Vacuum sword principle. Every sword strike would strike with the power of vacuum, which was extremely terrifying. This battle was also very difficult. In the end, Chumu defeated his opponent and took several hours to recover and comprehend. In the 3rd large light ball, the world was strangely gray and filled with a strong aura of death. A figure appeared from the depths of the gray. Mahayana sword principle. Death sword principle. The 4th large light ball. Mahayana sword principle. Destruction sword principle. The 5th large light ball. Mahayana sword principle. Massacre sword principle. The 6th large light ball. Mahayana sword principle. River mountain sword principle. The 7th large light ball. Mahayana sword principle. Life sword principle. The eighth large light ball. Mahayana sword principle. Soul refining sword principle. After that, Chumu entered a long period of comprehension. Time passed slowly like sand flowing through one's fingers. Finally, Chumu woke up and cracks began to appear on the large cocoon. "Seems like you've gained a lot." Sky Dragon Sword Sage looked at Chumu and said, "Many thanks, Senior." Chumu respectfully performed a sword salute. "I'm just giving you some help. As for what you gain, it's up to you." Sky Dragon Sword Sage smiled and said, "However, I hope that you can promise me one thing." "Senior, please speak your mind. As long as it's something that I can do, I'll do my best to do it," Chumu said seriously. "The fact that you're able to make it this far proves that you're outstanding. The fact also shows that your talent is the best I've seen in my life." Sky Dragon Sword Sage said slowly, "You chose the Sky Baron sword body and gave up my inheritance. Although I can continue to wait, it's too long and I'm no longer willing to wait. I'm entrusting you with my inheritance and find the most suitable successor for me. I believe in your judgment." "All right." Chumu looked deeply at Sky Dragon Sword Sage and answered solemnly, "To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation." Chapter 554. It had to be said that the Purple Sky Mansion had done a great job in keeping the news under wraps. Other than the three major clans of the Purple Sky Mansion, no one else knew about this place. At this moment, a large number of people had gathered in the Three Spirits Valley. It has already been 3 months, and he still hasn't come out. It shouldn't be that easy to obtain the inheritance of a sword saint. Let's wait a little longer. No matter what, we have to wait until Chumu appears. This is a serious matter and we can't be careless. At this moment, Chumu's name had already spread to the ears of the three major clans of the Purple Sky Mansion. "Senior, please accept my last bow." On the dragon platform, Chumu bowed deeply to the Sky Dragon Sword Saint in front of him. The Azura Sword of Gojoseon beside him also bowed deeply to the Sky Dragon Sword Saint with great respect. The current Azura Sword of Gojoseon was very different from the previous soul body. It didn't look illusory at all because the Azura Sword of Gojoseon had already completed the reconstruction of its body. Due to the underworld heavenly crystal, this new body was many times stronger than the original body. The Sky Dragon Sword Saint waved his hand, and the figures of Chumu and the Azura Sword of Gojoseon gradually faded and finally disappeared. The Sky Dragon Sword Saint turned back into a statue again, as if he was eternal. Outside the Three Spirits Valley Sword Saint's remains, 2 ripples spread out and 2 figures slowly appeared. "Someone has appeared!" Immediately, the swordsman in charge of surveillance shouted, "Why are there 2 people?" The swordsmen from various clans who formed the encirclement were stunned as they looked at the 2 figures surrounded. From what they knew, Chumu should be the only one. The other swordsman in a blood-red robe looked very young, in his 20s, but for some reason he gave people a feeling of vicissitudes, especially his eyes, which were very ancient and deep. However, the fluctuation of aura emanating from the blood-red, robed swordsman wasn't strong. Thus, they chose to ignore it for the time being under the temptation of the Sword Saint's inheritance. "Chumu, hand over the Sword Saint's legacy obediently," an old man shouted. "Hand over the Sword Saint's inheritance immediately and I'll spare your life. Don't say that you didn't receive the inheritance. No one will believe you." All kinds of voices were directed at Chumu. "It's true that I didn't receive the inheritance," Chumu said indifferently. What he said was the truth, because he had given up on the inheritance of the Sky Dragon Sword Saint. However, the inheritance of the Sky Dragon Sword Saint was in his spatial ring. "Do you think we will believe you?" Many swordsmen sneered. "I believe you." A loud and clear voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked over and saw that the one who spoke was the eldest young master of the Shinto clan, Shintowudi. Surprisingly, Shinto Kwangsha didn't speak, and neither did the elders of the Shinto clan. This attitude immediately made others understand that the Shinto clan was definitely on Chumu's side. The Shinto clan is just a clan with a heritage of 2,000 years. It's true that they have some strength, but compared to the aristocratic families, they are still far from it. Don't delay the future of the Shinto clan because you can't even see the facts clearly. An elder of an aristocratic family said in a strange tone, I didn't receive the inheritance of the Sky Dragon, Sword Saint. This is the truth, whether you believe it or not. Chumu spoke, stopping Shintowudi from continuing. The Shinto clan's attitude made Chumu understand that they truly treated him as a guest elder of the Shinto clan. A mere Shinto clan was not enough to go against so many other clans, and Chumu didn't want to make things too difficult for them. I'm right here. If you have any methods, feel free to use them. I'll take them all. Chumu said in the end. There was a kind of decisiveness in his indifferent tone. A desolate killing intent immediately spread out, causing many swordsmen from the clans to be startled and their hearts to tremble. Since that's the case, let me take you on. Let's see how the so-called inheritance of a sword saint is like. A middle-aged swordsman walked out from the crowd. He was at the origin realm Deshang sword realm. His triangular eyes flashed with a cunning and ruthless light as he walked towards Chumu step by step. His footsteps looked a little strange. He wasn't walking straight but was a little crooked. If one looked carefully, the path he was taking was like a snake swimming, causing a visual illusion to appear. The others were watching the show with an attitude of watching. The Azura sword of Gojoseon glanced at him with a trace of disdain in his eyes. He didn't say a word, and Chumu didn't move either. Suddenly, the swordsman drew his sword. The sword was a little crooked, like a poisonous snake coming out of its hole. The light around the sword was a little distorted. It was obviously a special sword technique. The sound of wind breaking was heard. The snake-shaped sword seemed slow, but it was actually fast like lightning as it pierced towards Chumu. A hissing sound was heard, like a poisonous snake attacking, causing one's scalp to go numb. Chumu only glanced at it. The sword seemed dangerous and strange, but it was actually full of flaws. When the sword was in front of Chumu, Chumu didn't even pull out his sword. He only waved it forward with the scabbard. The Origin Realm swordsman, Deshang, immediately rushed past Chumu. His throat was caved in and already shattered. His eyes were bulging like a toad's as he fell forward. Third Elder! A sorrowful cry was heard. The swordsman who was killed by Chumu was an elder of one of the clans. Who else isn't afraid of death? Of course, if you want to join hands, that's fine too. A cold smile appeared on Chumu's face as he spoke, solemnly. The sword was unsheathed, but it was extremely sharp. Although there was only one person, he had the aura of 1,000 soldiers and horses. For a moment, the others were intimidated. Brother Chu is so elegant. Shintowudi's eyes lit up. This was the image of an invincible warrior in his mind. I've long wanted to test your strength. Tong Tianming strode out from the crowd, carrying a long sword with both hands. His aura was shocking. A violent aura erupted like a volcano, but it was also like a huge wave. It rushed out from his body, causing sand and rocks to fly and the earth to shake. With a shout, Tong Tianming suddenly leapt high into the air. He pulled out his sword and held it with both hands. Suddenly, a terrifying aura spread out. The sword pressure was domineering and violent. A vast pressure poured down and bombarded Chumu's body. Chumu's body did not move an inch, but the ground around him shook and cracked. Slash! Tong Tianming shouted as he slashed down with both hands. His aura increased by several times. Young Master's strength has increased again. The elders of the Tong clan nodded, their faces full of praise. Previously, Tong Tianming's sword energy was at the peak of the initial stage of the origin realm. His actual combat strength was strong, and he could easily kill Desheng, who was at the peak of the origin realm. Now, Tong Tianming's cultivation level had not changed, but his strength had increased. He already had the strength to kill a normal peak of the origin realm swordsman. Elder Chu is in danger. The faces of the Shinto clan members changed. Please show mercy, someone shouted. It was not to plead for mercy for Chu Mu, but because he was worried that Chu Mu would be killed and the Sky Dragon Sword Saint's inheritance would be nowhere to be found. Tong Tianming's sword slashed down as if it was splitting the heavens and earth. Chu Mu raised his head slightly. The 8 desolate sky swords were unsheathed at lightning speed. The sword slashed from bottom to top. This slash looked ordinary, but the air on both sides was separated like water. Yin-yang sword art. 1 slash separates yin and yang. Of course, Chu Mu did not obtain the yin-yang sword art's inheritance. This slash was not the true slash separates yin and yang. Instead, after his battle with the inheritor of the yin-yang sword art, he had finally absorbed a trace of its essence and integrated it into his own swordsmanship, increasing the power of his swordsmanship. Tong Tianming's tyrannical sword pressure was immediately separated, and his aura decreased greatly. Tong Tianming's face changed. He felt the sword in his hand become powerless. The slash in front of him was magnified, and there was no way to dodge it. In the next moment, a cold sword light pierced through Tong Tianming's pupils. Tong Tianming only felt a sharp pain coming from his neck, and his vision quickly turned dark. Blood spurted out, and his whole body fell to the ground with a bang, smashing into a human shape. 1 slash and Tong Tianming was dead. Young master! The elder of the Tong family cried out in grief. He's dead. The others, including lifeless Jing, stared with wide eyes in disbelief. Avenge the young master! The elder of the Tong family cried out in grief. They all drew their swords. Several figures seemed to travel through time and space as they charged at Chu Mu. The Azura sword of Gojoseon still did not move. He knew that Chu Mu was enough to deal with them. The 8 desolate sky swords slashed out. The space around the swords was immediately affected. This slash seemed to divide yin and yang into chaos. It was also like a painting slowly unfolding. There were thousands of changes in it, and it gave people a feeling that it was impossible to dodge. It was flawless. This was the result of Chu Mu's months on the dragon platform. 8 Mahayana sword arts and 22 Hinayana sword arts. He had just stepped into the realm of swordsmanship. To a certain extent, he had taken the essence of each and fused them together. What kind of swordsmanship is this? The expressions of the surrounding people changed drastically. It must be the Sky Dragon Sword Saint's inheritance. Chu Mu must have obtained the Sky Dragon Sword Saint's inheritance. Exclamations rose one after another. Attack! Force Chu Mu to hand over the Sword Saint's inheritance. I don't believe that he can fight us alone. For a moment, the scene was chaotic. Other than the people of the Shinto family, everyone else drew their swords and charged at Chu Mu. Chu Mu attacked without mercy. His attack contained thousands of mysteries. For the first time, the magnificence of swordsmanship was displayed in front of many people. Kill! 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 Too many people were not conducive to the execution of swordsmanship. Moreover, their goal was not to kill Chu Mu, but to injure and capture Chu Mu to force him to hand over the Sword Saint's inheritance. Under such circumstances, it was inevitable that their strength would be limited. 1 sword splattered blood, and 1 sword killed. Chu Mu's sword came and went like a ghost. No one could block it. His ghostly figure shuttled through the crowd. No one could catch sight of Chu Mu's figure. Wherever he passed, lives were harvested like grass. The Azura sword of Gojoseon did not move. However, the strange thing was that no one could get within 3 meters of him. No one noticed this because, in their eyes, Chu Mu was their only target. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 555. Lifeless Jing clenched his sword hilt tightly, but he didn't attack. It wasn't because he didn't want to, but because he didn't dare. Young master. Seeing the look in Lifeless Thorn's eyes, the withered old man immediately understood how lifeless Thorn felt. Let me kill him. If it were any other time, Lifeless Jing would have refused. However, he didn't say anything this time. He didn't even show any expression. Not saying anything was the most direct way to express his intention. The skinny old man moved. His body, which seemed to be on the verge of death, suddenly erupted with astonishing sharpness. It was like an unsheathed sword tearing through the sky. The sharpness instantly froze the surrounding air and tore it apart. Lifeless Jing loosened his grip on his sword hilt. He knew that once the old man attacked, Chu Mu would die without a doubt. The skinny old man was Lifeless Jing's sword guard. He had been protecting him since he was a child and rarely attacked. A few years ago, he had instantly killed a sword venerable. His strength was unfathomable. In Lifeless Jing's impression of the skinny old man was that once he attacked, he would definitely kill his opponent. There had never been a lucky escape. Perhaps Chu Mu was very strong, but he was only at the beginning of the origin realm. His ability to kill Tong Tianming was beyond Jing's expectations. Lifeless Jing knew very well that he couldn't compare with such strength. However, neither Tong Tianming nor Jing, Lifeless Jing, possessed the strength of a sword venerable. In theory, a sword venerable's sword intent should have reached 70%. In fact, it wasn't just 70% sword intent. One also needed to reach a certain level of comprehension of profound meanings and sword skills. It wasn't that simple. The skinny old man's figure was like an illusion. He shuttled through the crowd, passing by many people in the blink of an eye. He appeared behind Chu Mu like a ghost. He was almost silent. The sword light was like a brilliance blooming in the darkness. It was as cold as water and as cold as frost. The strand of killing intent wrapped around Chu Mu's neck like a thread. Chu Mu was instantly horrified. The skinny old man was too fast and silent. It was very strange and impossible to guard against. It was completely beyond Chu Mu's expectations. In just an instant, Chu Mu reacted. The 8 desolate heaven swords circled around and seemed to slice open the sky. The skinny old man's sword light suddenly shattered and disappeared. It strangely appeared in another place and slashed towards Chu Mu's neck. It was too fast, so fast that it was beyond Chu Mu's reaction speed. Ha-ha-die. The skinny old man's strange laughter entered Chu Mu's ears at the same time. This was a sure kill strike that couldn't be dodged. Even if Chu Mu had sword technique domain, even if he had comprehended 30 sword paths, he couldn't change the current situation. It only made him more aware of his own shortcomings and the opponent's strength. This was a peak sword venerable level swordsman. However, Chu Mu was not afraid in the face of danger, even if he could not dodge this sword. Scram! A stern cry that was filled with dignity sounded. It was not loud, but it possessed a thunderous aura that suddenly exploded in the ears of the shriveled old man. It exploded until the shriveled old man felt dizzy and waves of piercing pain. It was as though a sword had ruthlessly pierced his brain through his ears. The cold sword light that was slashing towards Chu Mu shattered in an instant as if it had never appeared. The skinny old man's body flew back dozens of meters and landed heavily on the ground. He skidded another dozen meters, dragging a ditch in the ground. He lay motionless on the ground, his face as pale as a sheet of paper. He was already out of breath. The sudden turn of events caused Lifeless Jing's face to turn pale. He hurriedly rushed to the skinny old man. The skinny old man's current state made Lifeless Jing somewhat flustered. He hurriedly took out an elixir and stuffed it into the skinny old man's mouth. The swordsmen besieging Chu-Mu also stopped and spread out. They looked in horror at the Azura sword of Gojoseon, who had appeared beside Chu-Mu without them noticing. Only now did they realize that this was an expert, a terrifying expert. He was definitely many times stronger than Chu-Mu. They had actually overlooked him before. Corpses lay on the ground, one after another. Every corpse had one thing in common. The wounds were either at the throat, between the eyebrows, or in the heart. All of them had been killed with a single sword strike. Immediately, the swordsmen who were still alive felt a chill. If they remembered correctly, these people had all died under Chu-Mu's sword. In other words, Chu-Mu had killed more than 20 swordsmen in a short period of time. All of them had been killed with a single sword strike. In the Sword Saint's relic, the sword origin, the sword intent, and the profound power had been confined, and they could only fight to the death with their physical strength and sword skills. However, in the outside world, they could use all their strength and techniques, but they had all been killed by Chu-Mu. Could this be the benefit of obtaining the Sky Dragon Sword Saint's inheritance? For a moment, the swordsmen who were still alive felt a burning desire in their hearts. They looked at Chu-Mu with eyes full of greed. If they could obtain the Sword Saint's inheritance, would they also become so powerful? Killing Desheng, who was at the Origin Realm, was as easy as slaughtering a chicken. It would not be impossible for him to kill a complete Origin Realm expert. Chu-Mu, hand over the Sword Saint's inheritance immediately. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place. Chu-Mu, you have killed the young master and many elders of the Tong clan. From now on, the Tong clan will be at odds with you. Unless you hand over the Sword Saint's inheritance, we will not rest until you are dead. Chu-Mu, hand over the Sword Saint's inheritance immediately. Otherwise, there were all kinds of threats, each with a stern expression. Let's not talk about whether I have the Sword Saint's inheritance or not. Even if I have, why should I hand it over to you? Chu-Mu sneered. Before the swordsman could get angry, he continued, There is only one inheritance. Even if I am willing to hand it over, who should I give it to? The Jing clan, of course. An elder of the Jing clan said. Bulsh *T, of course the Tong clan. The surviving elder of the Tong clan did not want to be outdone. This Sword Saint's inheritance is most suitable for the Yang clan. Everyone, don't be fooled. Chu-Mu is evil. He wants us to fight among ourselves. A swordsman suddenly said loudly. He looked at Chu-Mu with a proud expression, as if he was saying, Look, I have seen through your scheme. That's right. Don't be fooled. We have to work together and get the Sword Saint's inheritance first. Then we can discuss who should get it. The Shura sword of Gojoseon looked at all of this coldly. It was as if he was looking at a group of clowns. His eyes were full of disdain. The Sword Saint's inheritance can't be given to a mob like you. Piss off. Otherwise, I'll kill you. The Azura Sword King suddenly spoke. His eyes turned cold and sharp like the edge of a sword. Everyone felt a piercing pain on their skin, as if they were being cut by a sword. They all lowered their heads to avoid the Azura Sword King's gaze, not daring to look directly at him. Your Excellency, who are you? After a long time, the elder of the Jing clan ground his teeth and retorted. You're too aggressive, said the elder of the Jing clan, grinding his teeth. I am the Shura sword of Gojoseon from the Shura sword sect. If you want the Sword Saint's inheritance, come and find me, said the Shura sword of Gojoseon indifferently, looking at the elder of the Jing clan. The elder of the Jing clan had the impression a sword of Gojoseon had pierced through his body. It was extremely painful. His brain felt like it was being torn apart. Suddenly, he had the impression he had fallen into the Shura hell. Countless people were attacking him. Countless ghosts were attacking his soul and devouring it. The elder of the Jing clan gave a horrible shriek. He put his hands on his head and fell to the ground. He rolled around and hit his head against the ground. The ground caved in and blood flowed out of his head. Everybody was shivering when they saw him. Sword of Gojosian, Shura sword sect. Everybody's heart was pounding. It was almost going to jump out of their throats. They were suffocating. The Shura sword sect was one of the 10 great sects. Even if all the clans of the Zetian government joined forces, they couldn't compete with any of the 10 great sects because they didn't have strong swordsmen. For example, the Sword of Gojosian. Even the strongest clan of the Zetian government, the Jing clan, only had one Sword of Gojosian. That Sword of Gojosian couldn't compare with the Sword of Gojosian of the 10 great sects. The most important thing was that the Sword of Gojosian was called Shura, the Shura sword sect. Shura, Sword of Gojosian. That meant he had an extraordinary social status in the Shura sword sect. The Shantu clan was different. They were happy. Since the Shura sword of Gojosian had spoken, they didn't dare stay. They looked at the elder of the Jing clan, who was still struggling. They were scared. Besides, since the Shura sword of Gojosian was there, it was unlikely that Chu Mu would get the inheritance of the Sky Dragon Sword Saint. It should be the Shura sword of Gojosian. They had no hope of getting the inheritance from the Shura sword of Gojosian. However, Chu Mu had killed so many of their people. No matter what, they couldn't let him go. After this, they would definitely take revenge. Very quickly, the clans of the Zetian government left one after another. They took the bodies of their clans' swordsmen with them. In the end, only the Shen Tu clan stayed. Greetings, Senior. The Shen Tu clan's clansmen greeted the Shura sword of Gojosian respectfully. They had never thought that there would be a sword of Gojosian behind Chu Mu. And it wasn't an ordinary sword of Gojosian. You guys are not bad. The Shura sword of Gojosian said. Just a few words made the Shen Tu clan's clansmen feel flattered. Elder Chu, are you all right? Shen Tu Kwangsha was the head of the clan after all. Even though he was excited, he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he looked at Chu Mu and asked with concern, I'm fine. Thank you for the support of the patriarch, the various elders, and brother Shin. Tuesday, Chu Mu said with a smile. You are a guest elder of my Shen Tu clan. It's only right for us to do so. Shen Tu Kwangsha said, no matter what, although we didn't get the inheritance of the Sword Saint, we still obtained quite a few treasures from the Sword Saint's ruins. It's enough to strengthen the clan. That's right. There's another very important matter. The Fan and Long families actually dared to join forces to kill us in the Sky Dragon Sword Hall. This time, we must uproot the Fan and Long families. The Shen Tu clan's great elder said with a cold expression, his killing intent surging. That's right. The other elders of the Shen Tu clan also said angrily. A storm of slaughter was about to strike. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 556. Pay full attention to Chu Mu's whereabouts. Report immediately if there is any news. Record Chu Mu's every word and action. We must monitor Chu Mu. After the swordsmen from the various family clans returned, they reported the situation. Following that, various orders were issued. Large numbers of people surged into the Jinsha County and hid within. They inquired about Chu Mu's whereabouts and monitored Chu Mu's movements. Chu Mu and the Shen Tu family clan quickly left the Three Nether Valley and returned to the Jinsha County. Following that, Chu Mu left the Shen Tu family clan for the Li family. The upper echelons of the Shen Tu family clan held a meeting to prepare for the operation. Chu Mu had no interest in participating in the operation to destroy the Fan and Long family. With the Shen Tu family's strength and a surprise attack, it was enough to destroy the Fan and Long family. After all, the Fan and Long family's family heads and a few elders had died in the Sword Saint's ruins, so their overall strength had decreased. And what Chu Mu did not know was that when the Fan and Long family's family heads died a few months ago, the Shen Tu family had immediately made arrangements after leaving the Sword Saint's ruins. They had planted people in the two family clans while the two family clans were in chaos. When the time came, they could definitely destroy the two family clans if they worked together. Compared to a few months ago, the Lee family was clearly different. It felt like it had taken on a new look. From the looks of it, the spirit stones that the Lee family had obtained after Chu Mu killed Long, he had allowed the Lee family's overall strength to rise to a new level. The Lee family was naturally overjoyed with Chu Mu's return. However, they did not know that Chu Mu had actually gone to the Sword Saint's ruins. In another mountain yard, Chu Mu rested for a while. "What do you plan on doing next?" the Shura sword of Gojoseon asked. The original plan was for Chu Mu to bring his soul to the Shura sword sect and rebuild his body there. However, the plan could not keep up with the changes. The Sword Saint's ruins had allowed the Shura sword of Gojoseon to obtain the netherworld Heaven Crystal. Even Shura sword sect would find it difficult to take out a treasure like the netherworld Heavenly Crystal. Senior brother Xiao should have reached the origin realm by now. "It's time to settle the score with the heaven-burying sword sect," Chu Mu said. The Azura sword of Gojoseon nodded. "After the heaven-burying sword sect is over, I'll take Xiao Qianfeng as my disciple and bring him back to the Azura sword sect. What about you?" "We'll talk about it when the time comes," Chu Mu replied. The night was dark and the wind was strong. It was the night to kill. The Shinto family's experts began to move in secret. They split into two groups and infiltrated the Fan family and Long family, respectively, to carry out assassinations and attacks. It was a quiet night. No one knew that on such an ordinary night, the situation in Jinsha County had changed dramatically. The next day, the sun still rose from the eastern horizon. The people of Jinsha region began a new day of work, while the Fan and Long families disappeared overnight. Speaking of which, in terms of strength, the Shinto family was indeed above the two families. However, it was extremely difficult for them to destroy the two families. However, the chaos a few months ago allowed the Shinto family to find a suitable opportunity. They infiltrated from the inside, bribed, and used all sorts of methods. When the two families calmed down again, the Shinto family had taken control of the situation. However, this had nothing to do with Chu Mu. At the Lee family's gate, a few figures walked out. Chu Mu and the Azura sword of Gojoseon walked side by side in the middle. Beside them were the Lee family's patriarch and great elder. Behind them were the younger generation of the Lee family, such as Li Zhen and Li Kaitong. Chu Mu was about to leave. The Lee family was very reluctant, but they couldn't persuade Chu Mu to stay. From the beginning, they knew that this day would come. "Elder Chu, without you there would be no Lee family today or in the future. This kindness will be engraved in our hearts and will never be forgotten," Li Mingxin said solemnly. Just now, Chu Mu had taken the initiative to suggest that the Li family be given the title of guest elder. The Li family's patriarch was elated and extremely excited. Originally, Chu Mu didn't plan to do so. However, since he already had the title of guest elder in the Shinto family, having the title of guest elder in the Lee family wasn't a big deal. "I have the title of guest elder in the Shinto family. The Shinto family is also willing to protect the Lee family," Chu Mu said to Li Mingxin. "In the future, as long as the Lee family develops steadily and doesn't provoke strong enemies, we can slowly grow stronger. After a long time, we might be able to regain our former prosperity." As he said that, Chu Mu took out a top-grade spatial bracer from his interspatial ring and handed it to Li Mingxin. "The things inside are not of much use to me. However, it should be of some help to the Li family's development. Treat it as a gift from me to the Li family," Chu Mu said. Li Mingxin hesitated for a moment before receiving the spatial bracer. "Everyone, goodbye. We will meet again if fate allows it. Also, send someone to inform the Shinto family that I have left without saying goodbye. We will meet again if fate allows it." Chu Mu cupped his hands and said. He turned around and left with the Shura sword of Gojoseon. The Li family members stood in their original spots and waved their hands as they watched Chu Mu and the Shura sword of Gojoseon leave. After Chu Mu and the Shura sword of Gojoseon left, the Li family members walked back into the Li family residence. Li Mingxin and the other elders were sitting in a secret room, waiting for Li Mingxin to recognize the top-grade spatial bracer that Chu Mu had given him as its owner. After Li Mingxin recognized it as its owner, he probed it with his spiritual perception. Immediately his eyes widened and his face was filled with surprise, as if he had seen something unbelievable. When the elders saw Li Mingxin's expression, they were stunned before their faces were filled with anticipation. After a long while, Li Mingxin exhaled heavily and raised his head to look at the elders. "How is it, family head?" The second elder could not help but ask. "A lot." Li Mingxin's tone was filled with amazement, but it made the elders anxious. "A lot? How much was that? Also, what was inside?" 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Li Mingxin said faintly. 10 million. The elders exclaimed loudly. They looked like country bumpkins who had never seen the world. Even the great elders' eyes were wide open, as if they were about to fall out. Previously, when the Li family received 1 million high-grade spirit stones, they were extremely excited. In just a few short months, the Li family's appearance had changed, and their overall strength had increased. Now, Chu Mu had actually given them 10 million high-grade spirit stones. 10 million high-grade spirit stones! With these 10 million high-grade spirit stones, the Li family's overall strength could increase by another level in a short period of time. It could even allow the Great Elder to break through the 9th transformation realm and reach the Origin realm. Although compared to other families, an Origin realm swordsman was nothing. The difference between having an Origin realm swordsman and not having an Origin realm swordsman was still very obvious. Without an Origin realm swordsman, a family would be a small force that could not be seen in public. With an Origin realm swordsman, even if there was only one, even if it was just an ordinary Origin realm swordsman, it could change this awkward situation. Moreover, with one Origin realm swordsman, there could be a second, third, and fourth, and even more. Hope! The hope of the Li family's rise had arrived. At this moment, the elders who had been working hard for the revival of the Li family had tears in their eyes. "I haven't finished yet." Li Mingxin saw the expressions of the elders and smiled bitterly. "What else?" The third elder asked reflexively. 10 top-notch royal-grade swords. Li Mingxin's voice was a little hoarse. The value of each royal-grade sword was extraordinary. At least for the Li family, they did not even have the most ordinary royal-grade sword. As for the top-notch royal-grade swords, they were worth at least a few times more than ordinary royal-grade swords. These 10 top-notch royal-grade swords must be kept safe. The news must not be leaked out, the great elder immediately said. Although he was very tempted, he deeply understood the saying, "An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin." Such swords were definitely not something that an ordinary Origin realm swordsman could use. Once the news was leaked out, it would only bring about a fatal disaster and the destruction of the Li family. "I know." Li Mingxin nodded. "As for these 10 top-notch royal-grade swords, we will wait for a genius swordsman in the family to reach the Origin realm before taking them out as a reward." "Family head, are there any more?" the second elder asked urgently. "Yes," Li Mingxin said with certainty. "Other than 10 million upper-grade spiritual stones and 10 top-notch royal-grade swords, there are also various kinds of pills. I don't know what they are used for, but they shouldn't be ordinary. In addition, there are also a few martial technique manuals." "Pills, martial technique manuals. Family head, quickly take them out for us to see." After taking out the pills and manuals, the Li family head and the elders were ecstatic. The pellets were all very precious. The Li family did not have any Origin realm pellets. Although there were only a few martial arts manuals, they were still very precious because these martial arts manuals were at least of the earth level. Two of them were even at the low heaven level. Especially the first elder, he was overjoyed. Originally, he wanted to buy a 9 transformation pill to help him break through. He also wanted to buy an extreme earth level martial technique to help him break through to the origin realm. He did not expect that Chumu would not only give the Li family 10 million upper grade spiritual stones and 10 top-notch royal grade swords, but also a low heaven level martial technique. Even an idiot would know that a low heaven level martial technique was better than an extreme earth level martial technique. Ha ha ha! With these treasures, there's hope for our Li family to rise again. The first elder was in tears. There is hope for our Li family to rise again. The other elders were also very excited. They had worked hard for dozens of years, not daring to provoke other forces, and worked hard to earn spiritual stones to contribute to the family's development. Now, everything seemed to be blessed. Report: Chumu has left the Jinsha region. His companion is a swordsman wearing a blood-red robe. Continue to monitor him. Make sure to hide well. This was basically an order from each family. If Chumu was alone, they would definitely take action. However, with the Azura sword of Gojoseon accompanying him, no family dared to make a move. Making an enemy out of a sword of Gojoseon was the most unwise thing to do. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 5:57. The azure sky, sparse white clouds, clear and boundless sky, was like a beautiful painting that was as poetic as a song. With 2 whooshing sounds, 2 figures broke through the sky, flying at a speed faster than the speed of sound. They left 2 clear and straight trails under the blue sky. Chumu and the Shura sword of Gojoseon. They were flying in the direction of Sky Pass Mountain. In the central main sword region, there were some unknown places due to the large area. However, Sky Pass Mountain was very famous. Almost all the swordsmen in the central main sword region had heard of it. The Shura sword of Gojoseon had just reforged his body a few days ago, and his powerful sword energy had not fully recovered. After all, as a powerful sword of Gojoseon, the sword energy in his body was very shocking in both quality and quantity. At the very least, he would need to absorb enough king-grade spiritual stones to recover in a short period of time. Unfortunately, king-grade spiritual stones were very precious, and it was even more impossible to obtain a large amount of them. He could only absorb the heaven and earth spiritual chi daily to refine and convert it into sword energy. The efficiency was very low, and the recovery speed was very slow. Chumu's cultivation had reached the peak of the origin realm, but it was not easy for him to break through to the minor completion realm. Even though his cultivation had not fully recovered, the Shura sword of Gojoseon's flying speed was still faster than Chumu's. Fortunately, he had reduced his speed, while Chumu was flying at full speed. Thus, they were able to maintain the same speed. Chumu and the Shura sword of Gojoseon were too fast. They had shaken off the people watching them in an instant. By the time they had adjusted their speed, Chumu and the Shura sword of Gojoseon had already left their surveillance range. After all, Chumu's flying speed was much faster than ordinary Origin Realm swordsmen. Even many Origin Realm swordsmen Deshang might not be able to catch up with Chumu. In Sky Pass Town, in a guest room of an inn, a figure was standing by the window, looking at the sky outside. It's been almost 2 years. I wonder if Junior Chu has successfully broken through to the Origin Realm? With Junior Brother Chu's talent, he will definitely be able to break through to the Origin Realm. However, I wonder what level his cultivation base has reached? 2 figures descended from the sky and landed outside Tongtian Town. With a sweep of the Azura sword of Gojoseon's divine sense, the entire sky-piercing town was instantly absorbed into his mind. I found it. Looks like your senior brother, Xiao, had quite a fortuitous encounter in the past year. The Azura sword of Gojoseon smiled. Retracting his spiritual energy, he led Chu Mu to one of the inns in Clear Sky Town. When he saw Xiao Qianfeng, Chu Mu finally understood what the Azura sword of Gojosian meant when he said his fortuitous encounter wasn't small. Not only had Xiao Qianfeng broken through to the Origin realm, even his sword Origin had reached the peak of minor completion. He was only a hair's breadth away from Deshang. At the same time, Chu Mu's cultivation base was at the peak of the Origin realm, while Xiao Qianfeng's was at the peak of minor completion. There was an entire level of difference. If that was the case, then the place where Xiao Qianfeng broke through must have been prepared. Chu Mu wasn't jealous at all. Instead, he was happy. Before coming here, he was worried that Xiao Qianfeng would seek revenge on the heaven-burying sword sect if he wasn't strong enough. Now he was relieved. Chu Mu could feel the sharpness of sword Origin at the peak of minor completion. The kind of aura of death was faintly discernible. It meant that Xiao Qianfeng's cultivation method wasn't lower than heaven-level low-grade. Although he didn't know what level Xiao Qianfeng's sword intent and profound had reached, with his talent and the inheritance of the lifeless sword path, he could conclude that Xiao Qianfeng had the strength to kill an ordinary Origin realm swordsman Deshang. Even if he met a powerful Origin realm swordsman Deshang, he would still be able to fight. Chu Mu's cultivation base was also seen through by Xiao Qianfeng. However, Xiao Qianfeng knew that Chu Mu's strength was very strong. He definitely wasn't as simple as he seemed on the surface. However, the blood-red robed swordsman beside Chu Mu, who looked young but was actually very old, was a little strange. Xiao Qianfeng felt that he couldn't see through him. Chu Mu didn't introduce him because the time wasn't right. Moreover, this time, Chu Mu planned to let himself and Xiao Qianfeng fight. There was no need to trouble the Azura sword of Gojosian. Senior brother Xiao, are you ready? Chu Mu asked with a smile. There was a trace of killing intent in his voice. I've been ready for a long time. Xiao Qianfeng's lips curled into a sinister smile as he said, in the past 2 years, the heaven-burying sword sect's strength has increased instead of decreasing. The number of Origin realm swordsmen under the Perfection realm has increased by 1. The number of disciples under the heaven-bearing sword sect has also increased by a lot. The overall strength of the sect has improved compared to a year ago. It seems like the heaven-bearing sword sect has worked hard for the past year. Chu Mu nodded as he said, no matter how much we improve, we will still be destroyed. Xiao Qianfeng's killing intense sword. The 8 Origin realm swordsmen under the Deshang sword of Gojosian are nothing. Only the 3 complete Origin realm swordsmen are worth paying attention to. Chu Mu said, the sect master of the heaven-bearing sword sect has the strength of an ordinary sword sovereign. With the heaven-bearing secret sword, he can unleash an attack that is 10 times stronger. Even a powerful sword sovereign can be killed by him if they are not careful. Xiao Qianfeng spoke frankly. He had arrived earlier than Chu Mu. He had concealed his identity and gathered information. He had already figured out the strength of the heaven-bearing sword sect. The first elder of the heaven-bearing sword sect has the strength of an ordinary sword sovereign. He doesn't have any special techniques. Half a year ago, the heaven-bearing sword sect recruited an expert called Venerable Blood Demon. He is at the complete Origin realm. His exact strength is unknown, but it is said that he is not weaker than Venerable Zhang Tian. Venerable Blood Demon. Chu Mu felt that this name sounded familiar. After thinking about it carefully, he suddenly realized. When he entered the Blood Demon realm in the Great Kuin Sword Mansion, he had met a Blood Demon swordsman. It was the Blood Demon doppelganger refined by Venerable Blood Demon. After killing the Blood Demon doppelganger, Venerable Blood Demon's remnant will have threatened to not let him go. What a coincidence! Chu Mu laughed inwardly. This time, I'm afraid it won't be you who wants to kill me, but me who wants to kill you. Speaking of which, Chu Mu and Venerable Blood Demon didn't have any enmity. If it was under normal circumstances, it wouldn't matter. However, the problem was that venerable blood demon had accepted the recruitment of the heaven-burying sword sect, which made him an enemy. Enemies must be killed. This was the most simple principle. The only ones worthy of our attention are these three, Xiao Qianfeng said in the end. Let's wait until night time. At that time, I will kill the three of them as quickly as possible. Senior brother Xiao will be responsible for the other 8 Origin Realm swordsmen. Chu Mu said. All right. Xiao Qianfeng gave Chu Mu a deep look and didn't object. He understood that the current him didn't have the ability to fight against a sword venerable realm swordsman, even if it was just an ordinary sword venerable. However, since Chu Mu dared to say so, he must have the confidence to deal with a sword venerable realm swordsman. Indeed, if it was before entering the Sword Saint's ruins, Chu Mu wouldn't have dared to say so. However, after entering the Sword Saint's ruins, especially after the fierce battle with the inheritors of 30 different sword principles, and after a few months of comprehension, Chu Mu's sword arts had reached a level that even he himself didn't know the limits of. In terms of strength, Chu Mu still couldn't fight against an ordinary sword venerable. However, in a close combat, Chu Mu was confident that he could kill an ordinary sword venerable. It wasn't impossible for him to kill a powerful sword venerable if he caught his opponent off guard. Sword arts, unfathomably profound sword arts, with peerlessly terrifying power. That was Chu Mu's true ability. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to be able to sneak up beside those Origin Realm swordsmen and launch a surprise attack. Chu Mu had already prepared for this when he was on his way to Sky Connecting Town. This was because the Azura sword of Gojoseon had taught Chu Mu a secret technique to hide his aura, the art of hidden edge. With Chu Mu's powerful perception, he was able to cultivate the art of hidden edge to the Deshang level in a short period of time. When he activated it, unless it was a spirit condensation realm swordsman, no one would be able to sense Chu Mu's aura. When Chu Mu proposed to teach the art of hidden edge to Xiao Qianfeng, Xiao Qianfeng refused. This was because he had a similar technique that would be enough for him to kill those Origin Realm swordsmen. It was daytime now, not the time for assassination. Chu Mu and the other two stayed in the guest room of the inn. With the Azura sword of Gojoseon setting up a soundproof barrier, they discussed their plan for the night. All kinds of routes had been discussed, so there was no harm in being prepared. Time passed little by little and night fell. Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng waited until late at night before they moved. For powerful swordsmen, there was no difference between day and night. However, psychologically there was still a difference. Moreover, moving in the middle of the night would save them a lot of trouble. Not long after, Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng arrived at the Buried Heaven Sword sect. They realized that the Buried Heaven Sword sect's patrol team had expanded, but the most powerful ones were still Chi-Hai swordsmen. Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng easily avoided their patrols and sneaked into the Buried Heaven Sword sect. Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng tried their best to restrain their aura waves and began to move separately. Xiao Qianfeng had already scouted out the residences of the heaven-burying sword sect's true realm swordsmen. He knew which true realm swordsmen lived where. Chu Mu's assassination targets were the sect master of the Buried Heaven Sword sect, the head elder and the blood demon king. Without any hesitation, Chu Mu sneaked towards the residence of the heaven-burying sword sect's great elder. Although the three of them were all at the peak of the Origin Realm, the Great Elder was the weakest and the easiest to capture. Nearly 2 years had passed. Although Buried Heaven Sword sect was still searching for traces of Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng, they weren't as enthusiastic as before. After all, the two of them had disappeared like stones sinking into the ocean. They were nowhere to be found. In fact, many people had even forgotten about them. Inside the house, the head elder was meditating. Disciples of the Buried Heaven Sword sect were patrolling outside. There were also other Origin Realm elders' residences in the surroundings. The head elder's residence was in the center. Once someone appeared, the other elders would be the first to discover it. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Chumu had already used an even stronger restriction-breaking golden needle to break the seal of the sword tower and sneak into the head elder's residence. Chumu had killing intent in his heart, but he didn't reveal it. He appeared behind the head elder, waiting for an opportunity to make his move. Kill! With a shout in his heart, Chumu moved. He drew his sword like a ghost. The sword light was so deep that it almost blended with the darkness of the night. With a thrust, it instantly pierced through the head elder's neck from behind. The head elder's eyes bulged. He couldn't make a sound and died instantly. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 558. After succeeding, Chumu let out a sigh of relief. This kind of assassination was extremely dangerous. If he wasn't careful, his whereabouts would be exposed. If that happened, he would have to face 2 or 3 complete Origin realm swordsmen, all of whom had the strength of a sword sovereign. Fortunately, the art of hidden edge was indeed powerful. Chumu's aura was completely concealed. Even the first elder, who had the strength of a sword sovereign, couldn't detect it. In another place, Xiao Qianfeng had also successfully assassinated a beginning Origin realm swordsman. First one. Xiao Qianfeng muttered in his heart. The difficulty of his assassination was much lower than Chumu's. Next, I'll kill Venerable Blood Demon, Chumu muttered to himself. He stored the first elder's extreme grade spatial bracelet into his interspatial ring and left quietly, heading towards the sword tower where Venerable Blood Demon was. The patrolling disciples of the Heaven's Burial Sword sect were like nothing. Above the Heaven's Burial Sword sect, a figure was floating. It was as if he had blended in with the night sky. Even a complete Origin realm swordsman wouldn't be able to see him. Not bad, the figure muttered to himself. His soul power was constantly monitoring the movements below. However, I'm going to run into trouble. Just as Chumu approached Senior Blood Fiend's sword tower and broke through its seal, Chumu smelled waves of bloody stench coming from inside. The smell of blood was sometimes strong and sometimes light. It was like a wave floating around. Venerable Blood Demon was probably cultivating. During cultivation, most of his attention would be placed on cultivation. Only a small part of his attention would be focused on the outside world. This was the best time. Chumu circulated the art of hidden edge to its limit and sneaked into the sword tower. Soon, he arrived at the 4th floor. A tall figure was sitting cross-legged in the middle. Through the darkness, Chumu could see the blood-red robe the figure was wearing. However, there was another figure standing a meter away from that figure. His figure was as straight as a sword, with traces of sharpness and killing intent surrounding him. The ripples he emitted were at the level of the complete Origin realm. Chumu's heart skipped a beat. The person sitting there should be Venerable Blood Fury. Who is the person standing next to him? If it was just Reverend Blood Fury alone, Chumu would have been able to assassinate him. However, the problem was that there was another person beside him. Furthermore, the aura emitted from that person was at the complete Origin realm. His heart sank slightly. Chumu was in no hurry to make a move. According to the information that Xiao Qianfeng had gathered, there was no mention of a complete Origin realm swordsman beside Venerable Blood Demon. After observing carefully for 15 minutes, Chumu finally confirmed that the figure standing beside Venerable Blood Fury was not a real human. This was because he did not have the aura that a human should have. In other words, he was a puppet refined by Venerable Blood Fury. It was a puppet swordsman with the strength of an ordinary sword venerable. Since it's a puppet, if I kill Venerable Blood Fury directly, will I be attacked by the puppets? Generally speaking, puppets were restricted and commanded by their masters. They did not possess any intelligence, but it was hard to say. there were always exceptions. Just as Chu Mu was observing carefully, Xiao Qianfeng had already assassinated the third initial origin realm swordsman. There were only 5 left. Unknowingly, the overall strength of the buried heaven sword sect was rapidly declining. "I'll give up for now." Chu Mu made a decision and quietly exited the sword tower. He sneaked towards the sword tower where Venerable Zong Tian was. Venerable Zong Tian's sword tower was located at the center of the entire buried heaven sword sect. It was located at the back of the main hall and was 5 floors high. He quietly broke the seal and sneaked into the 5th floor of the sword tower. Venerable Zong Tian was also cultivating there. It had to be said that every swordsman who wanted to become stronger was inseparable from their perseverance in cultivation. The progress might be small, but many little drops made a mickle. There was only Venerable Zong Tian on the 5th floor. If there was another puppet, Chu Mu would be in tears. His aura was completely restrained. The 5th floor of the sword tower was filled with Venerable Zong Tian's powerful and fierce aura. It was like an invisible blade that was cutting back and forth. Waves of fierce aura constantly emanated from Sword Venerable Zong Tian's body and then flowed into Venerable Zong Tian's body. Venerable Zong Tian, who was in the midst of cultivation, did not know that a deadly person had appeared behind him. He floated as if he had lost gravity and approached like an aurora. Chu Mu's figure appeared behind Venerable Zong Tian. He stabbed out with his sword light. Venerable Zong Tian was caught off guard. Chu Mu's sword seemed to appear out of thin air and stabbed towards Venerable Zong Tian's neck. It was extremely fierce. Chu Mu's expression changed because the sword was blocked when it stabbed the back of Venerable Zong Tian's neck. A layer of invisible light blocked all 8 sides of the Sky Desolation sword. Venerable Zong Tian quickly reacted to the sudden change. His sword origin exploded with full force. It was like a surging tide, bombarding out layer after layer. The power was astonishingly strong. The sword light bloomed and filled the air with coldness. "Kill!" With a shout in his heart, Chu Mu did not panic. The powerful force penetrated the invisible defense and stabbed into Venerable Zong Tian's neck. Venerable Zong Tian felt a piercing pain, and the erupting sword origin paused for a moment. "Iron slash!" With a flip of his wrist, he slashed out with his sword. It instantly cut through the bombarding sword origin and slashed towards Venerable Zong Tian's neck. Venerable Zong Tian was worthy of his complete origin realm cultivation base. As a sword venerable, he had rich experience in life and death battles. His reaction was extremely fast. When Chu Mu's sword was about to reach him, he immediately dodged with the best reaction. However, Chu Mu's sword was fast enough and affected the surrounding space. Venerable Zong Tian's body was affected and his defense was cut open. The Sky Desolation sword slashed open his shoulder and back. Blood spurted out, and the wound was so deep that his bones could be seen. His hand that held the sword was severely injured. Chu Mu knew the gap between him and a sword venerable. He could not let Venerable Zong Tian widen the gap. He took a step forward and slashed out without using any sword skill. In an instant, it was as if heaven and earth were separated. A beautiful painting of mountains and rivers unfolded slowly. It was a scene that made people forget to return. Damn it! Venerable Zong Tian's face was filled with horror. He could not dodge or counterattack this sword. He had the strength, but could not use it. Moreover, the hand that held the sword was severely injured. It was difficult for him to even hold the sword. As expected, Chu Mu's sword brushed past Venerable Zong Tian's throat like a breeze. The sharp sword edge instantly cut open his throat. Venerable Zong Tian widened his eyes and stared at Chu Mu. His lips trembled and he could not say a word. However, his expression showed that he had recognized Chu Mu. Venerable Zong Tian fell back with a strong sense of unwillingness. Outside there was a commotion. Chu Mu knew that the explosion of Venerable Zong Tian's sword energy had alerted the others. In other words, the assassination had come to an end. I hope senior brother Xiao can kill a few more people, Chu Mu said to himself. He quickly put Venerable Zhang Tian's supreme grade spatial bracer into his interspatial ring and rushed out of the sword tower. Die! Xiao Qianfeng unleashed his full strength and no longer held back. He killed his opponent with a lifeless sword. The fifth one. The fluctuation of sword energy just now let Xiao Qianfeng know that he had been exposed. The fifth Origin Realm swordsman was alerted and counterattacked instantly. Xiao Qianfeng could only do this. Where did this thief come from? How dare he sneak into the sky-burying sword sect? He deserves to die. One of the profound astral realm swordsmen yelled. The other two profound astral realm swordsmen and initial astral realm swordsmen all appeared from the tower and charged toward Xiao Qianfeng. Chu Mu appeared in time and stopped one of them. He killed him with a single strike, and his body fell from the sky. The Origin Realm swordsman was also killed by Xiao Qianfeng with a single strike. So it's you. Die! A voice full of killing intent seemed to explode in his ears. Chu Mu only saw the black color being filled with blood that rolled over. It was Senior Blood Fiend that had attacked and recognized him. Moon cutting. Dual polarity. Xiao Qin unleashed both sword skills at full strength. The trip to the Sword Saint's remains had increased Chu Mu's sword intent to 53%. His ripping profound and water and fire profound had also increased to 30%. Whether it was the power of moon cutting or dual polarity, both had increased significantly. The 10-meter-long dark golden crescent moon pierced through the sky and slashed at the blood demon cloud. It was instantly devoured by the cloud, causing a series of explosions. A purple aurora broke through the sky and pierced through the blood demon cloud. Child's play. I'm going to refine you into a puppet. Senior Blood Fiend's voice rang out from the Blood Fiend cloud. It was so gloomy that it caused one to shudder. A palm condensed from Blood Fiend aura extended out from the Blood Fiend cloud and grabbed towards Chu Mu with an incomparably terrifying sword pressure. The momentary aura made Chu Mu understand that Senior Blood Fiend's strength was above Senior Zhang Tian's. His puppet swordsman charged towards Xiao Qianfeng. Sky-bearing secret sword, lifeless kill. Xiao Qianfeng instantly activated his secret technique and unleashed his absolute kill sword skill. A finger-sized gray sword light pierced through the sky and shot at the puppet. Sky-bearing secret sword, dual polarity. Chu Mu knew that he wasn't Venerable Blood Demon's opponent in this battle. He instantly activated his secret technique and unleashed dual polarity, causing its power to increase tenfold. In an instant, a deep purple aurora as thick as an arm pierced through the void and shot at the blood demon cloud at an unimaginable speed. In an instant, the deep and resplendent purple aurora pierced through Blood Demon's hand and shot into the blood demon cloud like a broken bamboo. Ah! A miserable scream came from the blood demon cloud. Damn you! I won't let you go. The blood demon cloud flew back in the miserable scream. Venerable Blood Demon didn't die, but he was severely injured by dual polarity and wanted to escape. A wave of weakness rushed into his body. Chu Mu couldn't maintain his floating state and fell downwards. Xiao Qianfeng, who had also sent the puppet flying, also felt weak and fell downwards. There was no resistance to stop Venerable Blood Demon from escaping. The figure in the sky suddenly moved. He pointed a finger, and soundlessly, the blood demon cloud suddenly collapsed. A figure fell from the sky. The puppet that was sent flying by Xiao Qianfeng also paused in midair and then fell downwards. The body of the last elder of the sky-burying sword sect, who was attacking Xiao Qianfeng, trembled in midair. Like a bird that had been shot, he fell from the sky and died. Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng barely managed to control their bodies and land on the ground. They hurriedly took out medicinal pills and consumed them. They let out a sigh of relief in their hearts. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 559. Deep in the night, countless flames flickered. Venerable Zongtian and all the elders are dead. The heaven-burying sword sect has been destroyed. Disperse, Chumu said in a clear voice. His voice spread out and entered the ears of every disciple of the heaven-burying sword sect. Then Chumu and Xiao Qianfeng, who had recovered slightly, soared into the sky and met up with the Azura sword of Gojosian high in the sky. If it weren't for Senior, I'm afraid the two of us would have been dead. Chumu said. He was a little scared. This time, the two of them acted too hastily and couldn't keep up with the changes. To put it bluntly, it was because they weren't strong enough. The Azura sword of Gojosian only smiled and flew away from the heaven-burying sword sect with the two of them, returning to the inn in sky-penetrating town. After cultivating the heaven-burying secret sword to Deshang, the side effects of using it were reduced. In addition, with the help of pills, Chumu and Xiao Qianfeng recovered quickly. By the time they returned to the inn, they had recovered more than half. The Azura sword of Gojosian waved his hand and a figure appeared in the guest room. This made Chumu and Xiao Qianfeng's hearts tremble and become vigilant. It was Venerable Shui Sha's perfect origin realm sword puppet. It was clad in red armor and held a blood-red long sword in its hand. It stood there with an expressionless face and lifeless eyes. Soon, Chumu and Xiao Qianfeng discovered that the sword puppet didn't emit any energy waves. On its chest, there was a finger-sized hole. It was caused by Xiao Qianfeng's heaven-burying secret sword. Chumu and Xiao Qianfeng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They were shocked by the strength of the sword puppet's armor and body. Fortunately, the Azura sword of Gojosian had appeared. Otherwise, that battle would have been very difficult. Then, a supreme-grade spatial bracer appeared in the Azura sword of Gojosian's hand. This is the space bracelet of Venerable Blood Fiend. That's the Blood Fiend puppet he refined. The Azura sword of Gojosian smiled and said, "This baleful blood puppet's attack power should be at the level of an ordinary sword master, and its defensive ability should be able to withstand the attacks of a powerful sword master." As he spoke, the Azura sword of Gojosian took out a book from his space bracelet and handed it to Chumu. Chumu took a look at the blood-red book and saw the words "Blood Fiend Puppet Secret Technique" written on it. This blood-red book wasn't thick, so Chumu immediately flipped it open and started reading. So, it's the secret technique to refine and control the Blood Fiend puppet. Chumu thought to himself as he closed the book and looked at the Blood Fiend puppet in front of him. "Xiao Qianfeng, I am the Azura sword Sex Azura, sword of Gojosian. Are you willing to acknowledge me as your master and inherit my Azura sword Sex Azura sword Dao?" The Azura sword of Gojosian suddenly looked at Xiao Qianfeng and asked. Xiao Qianfeng was shocked and was stunned for a moment. Azura sword sect, the Azura sword of Gojosian, acknowledging a master and accepting a disciple. Although he didn't know the identity of the Azura sword of Gojosian, Xiao Qianfeng instinctively felt that the Azura sword of Gojosian wasn't simple. However, he never imagined that the Azura sword of Gojosian was actually a sword of Gojosian. Moreover, it was a sword of Gojosian from the Azura sword sect, one of the top 10 sword sects. Senior brother Xiao, why aren't you acknowledging him as your master? Chumu said with a smile. Xiao Qianfeng immediately reacted. He was still in disbelief as he looked at Chumu and then at the Azura sword of Gojosian. There was some doubt in his eyes. I do want to accept Chumu as my disciple, but I can't give him what he wants. The Azura sword of Gojosian explained, although your talent isn't as good as Chumu's, it's still one of the best. Moreover, you inherited the lifeless sword Dao, which is one of the branches of the Azura sword Dao. It's very suitable for you to inherit the Azura sword Dao. Xiao Qianfeng greets master. Xiao Qianfeng quickly reacted. He understood that this was a rare opportunity for him. Without any hesitation, he immediately knelt down and saluted. Xiao Qianfeng knew that his talent was indeed not as good as Chu Mu's. The difference was obvious. The lifeless sword Dao he inherited was only a lesser realization sword Dao. No matter how powerful it was, it couldn't be compared to a greater realization sword Dao. The Azura sword Dao was a greater realization sword Dao. Therefore, if he wanted to become stronger and walk further on the path of the sword Dao, he needed more opportunities. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to improve after reaching his limit. At that time, the gap between him and Chu Mu would only grow larger. Chu Mu, I'll give this baleful blood puppet to you, the Azura sword of Gojoseon said. Tomorrow I'll leave with Xiao Qianfeng and return to the Azura sword sect. Okay, Chu Mu didn't refuse. Possessing the baleful blood puppet secret technique was enough to control this baleful blood puppet. As for refining the baleful blood puppet, Chu Mu took a look. There were many steps, and it was very troublesome. Moreover, one had to be proficient in the power of blood. For Chu Mu, it would only distract him. The gains didn't make up for the losses. As for controlling a ready-made, baleful blood puppet, it was relatively simple. In this way, Chu Mu would have an incomparably loyal helper. It would be of great help to him. Junior brother, what are you going to do from now on? Xiao Qianfeng suddenly asked. Next, I plan to improve my sword intent and profound power and reach the sword venerable level as soon as possible. Then, I'll head to the 100 Saints Alliance to obtain the title of Sword Venerable, Chu Mu said, roughly explaining his thoughts. Sword Venerable. Xiao Qianfeng clenched his fist. His eyes shone brightly. Junior brother, I have master's guidance and the sect's resources. Maybe I'll obtain the title of Sword Venerable faster than you. Then let's compete, Chu Mu said with a smile. Chu Mu, if you want to improve your sword intent and profound power as soon as possible, I have 2 places that I recommend you to explore, the Azura sword of Gojoseon suddenly said. Chu Mu and Xiao Qianfeng immediately looked at the Azura sword of Gojoseon, waiting for the sword of Gojoseon's words. The first place is called the famed Sword Tower. It has been passed down since ancient times. It can speed up the comprehension of sword intent. The Azura sword of Gojoseon said the second place is called the Myriad Origin Palace. It has been passed down since ancient times like the famed Sword Tower. It can speed up the comprehension of profound power. However, whether it's the famed Sword Tower or the Myriad Origin Palace, it's not that easy to enter. Master, can I also go to the famed Sword Tower and the Myriad Origin Palace? Xiao Qianfeng's eyes lit up as he immediately asked. You can go there or not, but you have to return to the Azura sword sect with me first to hold the apprenticeship ceremony. The Azura sword of Gojoseon said, "Oh right, if you want to increase your sword origin cultivation faster, you should go to the ancient savage desolation region. It's very suitable for you to cultivate there. Famed Sword Tower, Myriad Origin Palace, and the ancient savage desolation region." Chu Mu repeated and nodded solemnly. Thank you, senior. I'll remember. I'll go to these 3 places one by one. You're destined to walk your own path. Moreover, your sword arts are above mine. I can't give you any pointers. You can only rely on yourself for everything. How far you can go in the end will depend on your own ability. The Azura sword of Gojoseon said with a hint of regret in his voice. Xiao Qianfeng was shocked. He understood that junior brother Chu was even more unfathomable than he thought. Even an expert like the sword of Gojoseon had said so. The 3 of them didn't rest for the entire night. Instead, they chatted about the world and their own opinions until dawn. Junior brother, see you again. Xiao Qianfeng saluted Chu Mu with a sword and left with the Azura sword of Gojoseon. After watching the Azura sword of Gojoseon and Xiao Qianfeng leave, Chu Mu returned to the inn. He wanted to refine the blood puppet. As for Tongtian town, it was already in an uproar. The reason was very simple. The sect master and elders of the Buried Heaven Sword sect were all killed. All traces were erased by the Azura sword of Gojoseon that night. Even if the Buried Heaven Sword sect had a powerful backer, they couldn't find out who did it. The disappearance of the Buried Heaven Sword sect was just a big event that caused a stir. It was hard to say whether it was good news or bad news. After all, to unrelated people, it was just a topic of conversation. In the guest room of the inn, Chu Mu took out the blood fiend puppet from his spatial ring. The blood fiend puppet silently stood in front of him. Chu Mu took out the blood fiend puppet secret technique and flipped to the page on refining the blood fiend puppet. Although the refining method was a little complicated, with Chu Mu's comprehension, he quickly understood and grasped it. It was mainly a set of hand seals that consisted of 81 movements. These 81 movements required extremely fast speed. They had to be completed in a short breath's time. Moreover, the 81 movements had to be smooth and connected without the slightest delay. Otherwise, the entire set of hand seals would be wasted, unable to display any power. For most swordsmen, it wasn't easy to master this set of hand seals. It often required months or even years of hard work. But for Chu Mu, he only used an hour to successfully display this set of hand seals. It looked as if he had practiced for dozens of years. After completing the hand seals, it was time to refine the blood puppet. He cut his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the blood puppet's forehead. The blood condensed between the blood puppet's eyebrows and didn't disperse. Chu Mu immediately displayed the hand seals. Immediately, the drop of blood seemed to be attracted by a mysterious force and slowly seeped into the blood puppet's forehead. This blood puppet had been refined by Venerable Blood Demon and had originally been branded with Venerable Blood Demon's mark. Unfortunately, Venerable Blood Demon was already dead. He had died under the attack of the Azura sword of Gojoseon. This blood puppet had become an ownerless object. Chu Mu's blood completely seeped into the space between the blood fiend puppet's eyebrows. Combined with the hand seal, the blood fiend puppet was branded by Chu Mu. Chu Mu felt a sliver of connection between him and the blood fiend puppet. This connection wasn't clear enough, but Chu Mu knew that it was because he hadn't completed the refining of the blood puppet. After the initial refining was complete, the complete refining would take some time. He had to display the hand seals every day. After 49 days, the refining would be complete. At that time, the connection between him and the blood puppet would become extremely strong. At that time, he would be able to use the blood puppet in battle. The initial refining is complete. To complete the refining, I still need 48 days, Chu Mu said to himself as he stored the blood puppet in his space ring. The blood puppet didn't have a life, so it could be stored in a space ring. I can't possibly stay here for 48 days. I should leave today and head to Mount Tongtian to take a look at the Heavenly Sword Master Proclamation and the Heavenly Sword Venerate Proclamation. After that, I will embark on my path to becoming a sword venerable. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 560. The sky was vast and the earth was boundless. There was wind, but there wasn't much vegetation. Most of it was yellowish-brown rocks and the earth, forming an endless barren land, desolate like water, barren like wind, flowing and echoing on the earth. No one knew how long it had been, but it seemed to be endless. A sharp cry rang out as a figure rushed up from the ground in the vast sky. Its wings were hundreds of meters long. Looking up from the ground, it seemed to have covered the sky, causing a huge shadow to appear on the earth. This figure was a barren giant beast. Its appearance was similar to a pterodactyl from the dinosaur era on Earth. Its body was yellowish-brown, and its rough skin was extremely tough. Its entire body gave off a vigorous feeling. The ground shook as a huge mountain in the distance suddenly moved and stood up. It turned out to be a barren giant beast that was hundreds of meters tall. Its heavy body was slowly moving on the vast land. Ancient Savage Region. It was a magical place in the central main sword domain, and the only one. This place still retained part of its ancient style, and its barren aura was very dense. It was also a training ground for many sword artists in the central main sword domain, and also one of the places where they earned spiritual stones. At this moment, a large number of sword artists had gathered outside of the ancient Savage Region. A figure descended from the sky and landed on the ground. Immediately, a lot of shouts could be heard. The Single Horn Dragon Squad is recruiting. We guarantee fair distribution. The Blaze Squad has discovered a savage Stegosaurus King. Interested beast hunting squads, please discuss. Chu Mu was stunned. He felt like he was in a market. With a glance, he could tell that these people were all Astral Realm swordsmen. In a place like the Eastern Sword Domain, Astral Realm swordsmen were high and mighty existences. In many people's eyes, Astral Realm swordsmen were supreme experts. But in the Central Main Sword Domain, although Origin Realm sword artists weren't as common as cabbages, they were close. The environment of the Central Main Sword Domain was very suitable for cultivation. Therefore, those who were born here wouldn't have bad cultivation talent. As long as they had some luck, it was possible for them to reach the Origin Realm in a few decades. The ancient Savage Realm seemed to be in another space-time. There were countless restrictions on the edges. These restrictions were naturally formed, and they could prevent the savage beasts from leaving the ancient Savage Realm. At the same time, they were very useful in protecting the ancient Savage Realm. The natural seal did not have any attacking power. Therefore, the swordsmen were able to pass through the natural seal and enter the ancient Wild Realm. What a comfortable feeling! The first feeling Chu Mu had when he entered the ancient Savage, Desolate Realm almost made him intoxicated. This feeling was even more intense than the other swordsmen. Ancient, Savage, Desolate Realm. The desolate chi in the air here is dozens of times denser than spirit chi. No wonder Senior, sort of Gojosian, recommended me to come here. Taking a deep breath, Chu Mu's face revealed a kind of intoxication similar to that of taking in powder. On the ancient sword continent, other than the heaven desolate earth palace, the desolate chi in the other places was very scarce, especially in places with dense spirit chi. The desolate chi was so weak that it was almost undetectable. The ancient, savage, desolate realm was the opposite. The spirit chi here was very thin, while the desolate chi was very intense. What Chu Mu cultivated was the sky desolate sword scripture. What he cultivated was the sky desolate sword energy, and what he absorbed was the desolate chi. The environment here was very suitable for Chu Mu. Like a fish in water, like an eagle soaring in the sky, swordsmen continued to enter the ancient, savage, desolate realm. Basically, they were in groups of 3 to 5 people. They glanced at Chu Mu and judged that this was the first time he had entered the ancient, savage, desolate realm. Although they were surprised that Chu Mu's cultivation was only at the peak of the initial stage of the origin realm, no one mocked him, nor did anyone intend to bully the weak. To them, there was only one goal in entering the ancient savage wasteland region, and that was to earn spirit stones. Aside from that, as long as there was no danger to their own safety, they basically wouldn't care about it, nor would they take the initiative to cause trouble. They were all old foxes that had been in the ancient savage, desolate realm for a long time. They knew better than anyone else that swordsmen that dared to enter the ancient savage, desolate realm by themselves were mostly capable. Otherwise, they would have a huge backing that they couldn't afford to offend. Of course, not everyone thought so. It was just that Chu Mu hadn't met them yet. Letting out a long breath, Chu Mu ignored the surprised gazes of the people next to him. He lifted his eyes and looked at the boundless expanse in front of him. In the distance, mountains rose and fell continuously. There were also sparse, towering trees that towered into the heavens. In the air, there seemed to be traces of a faintly discernible yellow-brown aura. This was desolate aura. Compared to the spirit chi, the desolate chi was much more ancient and dense. It was so dense that it could be seen with the naked eye. The ancient, savage, desolate realm has a large number of savage giant beasts. The savage giant beasts' bodies are huge, and their bodies are incomparably tough. Their strength is astonishing, and their entire body is filled with treasures. Apart from the savage giant beasts, there are also spirit herbs that have gone extinct in the outside world. There are also some metal ores that have gone extinct in the outside world. Be it searching for spirit herbs, metal ores, or hunting savage giant beasts, these are all the goals of swordsmen. They can earn large amounts of spirit stones. Chu Mu walked forward while silently moving the desolate sky, sword scripture. Suddenly, the desolate chi that was floating in the air was separated and rushed into Chu Mu's body like moths to a flame. An indescribable, comfortable feeling made Chu Mu feel extremely relaxed. In the past, when he cultivated, he always held the desolate sky stone in his hand. Otherwise, it would be impossible to absorb the desolate chi from the air. Chu Mu was still a little worried about how to increase his cultivation after absorbing all the desolate sky stone in his interspatial ring. After all, after reaching the origin realm, he would need to consume a lot of desolate sky stone every time he cultivated. When he recovered his sword energy, he would also need to consume some desolate sky stone. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the desolate sky stone was used up. Without the desolate sky stone, Chu Mu didn't know how to increase his cultivation in the future. But now, at least in the ancient savage, desolate realm, Chu Mu didn't need to use the desolate sky stone. Furthermore, he might be able to find something that could replace the desolate sky stone here. In this way, he would be able to cultivate without any worries in the future. Famed Sword Tower, Myriad Origin Palace, Ancient Savage, Desolate Realm. These were the three places that the Azura sword of Gojoseon had suggested to Chu Mu. Because Chu Mu didn't join any of the sword Dao sects, he naturally wouldn't be able to enjoy the vast resources of those sword Dao sects. He could only rely on himself. In this way, the advantages and disadvantages were obvious. The advantage was that he had enough freedom to do whatever he wanted. The disadvantage was that he had to rely on his own ability to obtain everything. He had to work hard for whatever he wanted. Comparatively speaking, Chu Mu was more used to the second option. All along, he had relied on his own efforts to obtain cultivation resources. This wasn't just a habit, it was also his path. In the process of working hard, he would find opportunities to improve himself. Of the three goals, Chu Mu made the ancient savage, desolate realm his first goal because it was the closest to Tongtian town. Although it was relatively close, it was relative. Chu Mu flew at full speed from Tongtian town to here, which took him a month. With his speed of 2 to 3 times the speed of sound, it took him at least 27 days to reach the outskirts of the ancient, savage, desolate realm. This showed how far it was. This was the first time that Chu Mu came to the ancient, savage, desolate realm. He didn't have any plans to go deeper, but he realized that he couldn't fly here. He didn't know why. Perhaps it was because the ancient, savage, desolate realm was different from the outside world, but there was a slight difference in the rules. This made it so that swordsmen couldn't fly. As for movement techniques, they weren't restricted in any way. In the end, this was the outskirts of the ancient, savage, desolate realm. Many swordsmen had come here countless times over the years. Chu Mu couldn't find anything valuable. He looked at the boundless sky and then looked into the distance. Finally, he decided to go deeper into the ancient, savage, desolate realm. With my strength and the blood fiend puppet in my interspatial ring, I should be able to guarantee my safety, Chu Mu thought to himself. As he went deeper, Chu Mu heard a heaven-shaking roar coming from up ahead. There were also fluctuations of sword chi that were abnormally sharp. It was clear that swordsmen were fighting an intense battle with a giant, savage, desolate beast. His understanding of giant, savage, desolate beasts came from books. Chu Mu immediately sped up and rushed towards the direction of the sound. Not long after, he saw 4 swordsmen surrounding a giant, savage, desolate beast that was dozens of meters tall. It had the appearance of a Tyrannosaurus rex. The strength of a giant, savage, desolate beast was closely related to its size. The bigger the giant, savage, desolate beast was, the more powerful it would be. This Tyrannosaurus rex that was dozens of meters tall had the strength of an Origin realm warrior. With a swing of its tail, a strong wind-breaking sound could be heard. Its huge foot was lifted up and stomped down. The swordsman dodged. The ground shook as if there was a magnitude 4 or 5 earthquake. Terrifying waves rolled out. Chu Mu was more than 1,000 meters away. He could clearly feel the terrifying power exploding out. Seeing this, Chu Mu's heart was burning. Of the 4 swordsmen, 1 was at the Origin realm, Deshang, and the other 3 were at the initial stage of the Origin realm. When they were fighting with the Tyrannosaurus rex, they had shown a lot of life and death experience. Obviously, this was not their first time fighting a giant, savage, desolate beast. Chu Mu watched carefully and imagined himself fighting the savage Tyrannosaurus. Facing the savage Tyrannosaurus attacks, how he would dodge and how he would counterattack. How he would be able to kill the savage Tyrannosaurus in the shortest amount of time with the most energy conservation method. The sword was a lethal weapon. Once it was unsheathed, there would be death. Chu Mu's sword was a sword that existed for slaughter. He did not need to perform beautifully. All he wanted was to kill in an instant. That was the most brilliant moment. The 4 swordsmen, with the Origin realm warrior Deshang as the main attacker, and the other 3 as support, constantly harassing the Tyrannosaurus rex. The Tyrannosaurus rex's skin was thick, and its defense was shocking. However, facing the attacks of the 4 swordsmen, it was still cut open and blood was flowing out. Chu Mu noticed that the Tyrannosaurus rex's blood was not pure red. Instead, it was red with some yellow spots, like the distribution of stars. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 561. Roar. The Tyrannosaurus rex was infuriated as it was unable to hit the swordsmen who were surrounding it. Its roar was like thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth. Even Chu Mu, who was 1,000 meters away, could hear the roar. However, the 4 swordsmen fought steadily and did not lose their footing because of the Tyrannosaurus rex's rage. They still calmly attacked with their swords, leaving wound after wound on the Tyrannosaurus rex's body. The best way to kill a Tyrannosaurus rex was naturally to kill it with 1 strike. However, this Tyrannosaurus rex's strength was not any weaker than an Origin realm Deshang swordsman. Combined with its terrifying strength and super strong defense, it was even more powerful than an ordinary Origin realm swordsman. One could imagine that once one was hit by the Tyrannosaurus rex's tail or foot, even if one didn't die, they would be heavily injured. The Tyrannosaurus rex's strength was unparalleled, but at the same time their intelligence was relatively low. Most of their instincts were instincts, but the truly powerful ones still possessed a certain level of intelligence. After a long battle, the 4 swordsmen still found it difficult to kill the Tyrannosaurus rex. Plus, they had all sensed Chu Mu's arrival and were worried that Chu Mu would try to steal the Tyrannosaurus rex or launch a sneak attack. They had no choice but to pay attention to Chu Mu's movements. Chu Mu, on the other hand, had no intention of making a move. Although he didn't understand the rules of the ancient wild realm, he had his own principles. If he were to make a move, it would be equivalent to stealing the Tyrannosaurus rex's kill. If it were him fighting a Tyrannosaurus rex, he wouldn't want others to interfere either. The furious Tyrannosaurus rex suddenly raised its leg higher than usual. Chu Mu could see that its sole was covered with a faint yellowish-brown luster. With a boom, the sole of its foot landed on the ground, causing the ground to shake. Dust and smoke billowed out like waves. The terrifying Tyrannosaurus Rex's strength exploded out in all directions. That kind of strength was unparalleled and could destroy everything. Under the impact of the powerful wild beasts, the four swordsmen were unable to react in time and were immediately struck. The protective sword aura around them did not even last for a breath of time before it was broken. It was as if they had been smashed by a huge hammer. The four of them spat out blood and were sent flying. They landed several tens of meters away and rolled a few times. They were in a very sorry state. The berserk aura of the Tyrannosaurus Rex that had unleashed this attack was like a deflated balloon, rapidly decreasing. It was obvious that it had weakened a lot. It seemed that this kick had consumed a lot of its savage beast strength. The four swordsmen were also unlucky. Because they had to pay attention to Chu Mu's movements, their reactions were a bit slower. Otherwise, they would have been in a bit of a sorry state under this kick, but they would not have suffered such heavy injuries. The savage Tyrannosaurus lowered its head to take a look. It raised its tail and swung it out fiercely. A violent wind blew, causing the four swordsmen's expressions to change greatly. "Get out of the way!" With a loud roar, the four swordsmen hurriedly flew back. The violent wind blew, causing sand and stones to fly. They forcefully channeled their sword energies and used their footwork, causing their injuries to worsen. The Origin Realm's swordsman Deshang spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted at Chu Mu, "That friend over there, if possible, please restrain this savage Tyrannosaurus Rex." Chu Mu's body moved. He used the flying swan illusory steps. Like a flickering shadow, like a falling feather, he rushed towards the savage Tyrannosaurus Rex in a dreamlike manner. This footwork immediately made the four swordsmen's eyes light up. The savage Tyrannosaurus Rex also realized that danger was approaching. It hurriedly turned around to face Chu Mu. It lifted its leg and aimed at Chu Mu's body before stomping down heavily. With a boom, the earth shook. Chu Mu quickly followed the savage Tyrannosaurus Rex's soul and used its leg as a path forward. His powerful body strength suddenly exploded as he leaped high into the air. He was like a cannonball as he rushed towards the savage Tyrannosaurus Rex's head. The savage Tyrannosaurus Rex's front claw swiped out at an extremely fast speed. The sharpness left a clear mark in the air, as if even space itself was being cut open. However, the spatial strength of the ancient savage realm was stronger than the outside world. This was only an illusion. Even so, it was enough to show how shockingly sharp the savage Tyrannosaurus Rex's front claw was. Before the claw arrived, Chu Mu's body naturally felt the pain of his body being torn apart. It was easy to imagine that once he was hit, his protective sword aura would be even weaker than Tofu. Even if he was wearing a King Realm armor, Chu Mu still didn't have the confidence to block this claw. However, how could Chu Mu be hit by the savage Tyrannosaurus Rex's claw? In the previous battle simulation in the spiritual world, Chu Mu had already simulated all kinds of possibilities. Everything was under his control. The four heavily injured swordsmen widened their eyes as they looked at Chu Mu's figure that was like a meteor in the sky. When the savage Tyrannosaurus Rex's claw fell, Chu Mu's figure instantly shattered. It was as if he had been crushed, but in reality, that was only an afterimage. What kind of movement skill is that? He can actually shift in midair. The four swordsmen all opened their mouths wide. As everyone knew, it was very rare to be able to dodge an attack while moving at high speed in midair. That was why they were so shocked. In a flash, Chu Mu appeared in front of the savage Tyrannosaurus Rex's neck and unsheathed his 8-sided, desolate sky sword. In an instant, everyone felt a terrifying sharpness descend upon the world. It was as if it had come from the heavens and was above everything. This sharpness made even the savage Tyrannosaurus Rex feel terrified. In an instant, a 10-meter-long dark golden crescent moon that seemed to be solid was slashed out from the sword in Chu Mu's hand and pierced through the air. The sharpness emitted by that dark golden crescent moon was incomparable and extremely shocking. Moon-slashing sword technique. The four swordsmen's eyes immediately revealed a trace of intoxication. The savage Tyrannosaurus Rex roared and waved its front claws to block the moon-slashing sword. The moon-slashing sword was extremely fast, and the distance was short. The savage Tyrannosaurus Rex simply had no time to block it and was immediately hit in the neck by the dark, golden crescent moon. With a splashing sound, the sharp, dark, golden crescent moon instantly broke through the savage Tyrannosaurus Rex's terrifyingly tough skin and cut into its neck, causing blood to spurt out wildly. The moon-slashing sword was the weakest sword technique among Chu Mu's self-created sword techniques, but it was still very powerful. Chu Mu's 39% sword intent, because of the embryonic form of the sword soul, was comparable to a 49% sword intent without the embryonic form of the sword soul. In addition, because he had withstood the continuous impact of the still water sword intent in the heavenly sword gorge, his own sword intent had become purer and more condensed. This 39% sword intent was comparable to a 50% sword intent of an ordinary swordsman. More than 30% of the tearing profound and more than 60% of the gold profound's power, in addition to the powerful mountain quaking energy that was comparable to the profound's power, combined to form the moon's slashing sword. Its power could be said to be terrifying. With Chu Mu's current strength, the moon's slashing sword was enough to kill many Origin Realm swordsmen of the Desheng realm. The ridiculously sharp moon-slashing sword was at least 10 meters long. In an instant, half of the barbaric T-Rex's neck had been cut open. No matter how tenacious the barbaric Tyrannosaurus Rex's vitality was, having its neck cut in half was equivalent to losing half of its life. Its huge body slowly fell backwards. With a bang, its body that was a few dozen meters long was like a small hill. The impact caused the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. Countless clouds of dust rolled out like waves. One sword strike. With just one sword strike, the barbaric T-Rex that the four of them couldn't kill, even after using all of their strength, was instantly killed. The four swordsmen's eyes were wide open. What kind of monster was this? He looked like he was only at the peak of the Origin Realm, but his actual combat strength was so terrifying. He wasn't any weaker than a complete Origin Realm swordsman. The barbaric T-Rex that had fallen to the ground did not die immediately. It was still struggling, but the wound on its neck was too big. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and in the blink of an eye, the surrounding area was dyed into a pond. As more and more blood flowed out, the barbaric T-Rex's struggle became weaker and weaker. "Thank you, friend, for saving us." Among the four swordsmen, the Origin Realm swordsmen said. The four of them looked older than Chu Mu. There were 3 men and 1 woman, and they were all at least 30 years old. Their actual ages might be even higher. For Origin Realm swordsmen who had a lifespan of 1,000 years, anyone under 100 years old was considered young. The other 3 didn't say anything, but they saluted Chu Mu with their swords. Although it was because of Chu Mu's appearance that they were distracted and ended up being injured by the barbaric T-Rex, that was their own problem. Especially after Chu Mu's display of Chu Mu strength was so powerful that they didn't dare to have any complaints. In a place like the ancient wild realm, whether there would be conflicts or not depended on one's attitude. Chu Mu's figure landed on the ground like a feather. He looked at the 4 swordsmen and smiled faintly. "No need to be so courteous. I am also responsible for your injuries." As he spoke, Chu Mu took out a bottle of elixirs from his interspatial ring and threw it to the 4 swordsmen. These were elixirs that he had obtained from the Sky Dragon Sword Saint's Sky Dragon Sword Palace. To other swordsmen, it was very precious, but to Chu Mu, it was rather ordinary because he had quite a few in his interspatial ring. The Origin Realm swordsman Desheng didn't open the bottle immediately after receiving it. Instead, he carefully inspected it. This cautiousness came from the habit that he had cultivated in the ancient wild realm for many years. On second thought, if Chu Mu wanted to kill them, with Chu Mu's strength and their injured bodies, they wouldn't be able to escape death. There was no need for him to use some poisonous elixirs. After opening the bottle and pouring out the elixirs, the four swordsmen's expressions immediately changed. Their experience told them that these elixirs were extraordinary. They carefully put one elixir into each of their mouths and swallowed it. The elixir's effects were immediately dissolved. They only felt a warm feeling throughout their bodies. The painful feeling was slowly being stripped away. Their weak bodies were also slowly recovering their strength. In less than 10 breaths of time, the four swordsmen felt much better. Their injuries seemed to have been reduced by more than 30%. This made them even more aware of the value and extraordinariness of these elixirs. It was definitely not something that they could afford. Although he was a little reluctant, the Origin Realm's swordsman Desheng still passed the bottle to Chu Mu. These 4 elixirs will be my compensation. The remaining 6 elixirs will be my reward. I want you to give me a detailed explanation of the ancient wild realm. Tell me everything that you know. Chu Mu said, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 562. 5 figures were flying across the vast land. Compared to the vast land, the 5 figures were extremely small. Many years ago, the holy city of the wilderness was just a temporary camp for swordsmen who entered the ancient wilderness to fight. Then it slowly developed and expanded into a city. Then the experts of the 100 Saints Alliance added various powerful seals and officially named it the Holy City of the Wilderness. Zhao Kaming explained to Chu Mu as he ran. So, the Holy City of the Wilderness is under the jurisdiction of the 100 Saints Alliance. Chu Mu asked as he walked side by side with Zhao Kaming. You can say that, but in most cases, the 100 Saints Alliance basically doesn't participate in the jurisdiction of the Holy City of the Wilderness. As long as you don't violate the rules of the Holy City of the Wilderness, the people of the 100 Saints Alliance won't care. Zhao Kaming said, in the Holy City of the Wilderness, there is a group of sword guards called the Saint Sword Guards. There are a total of 1,000 of them. They are the forces sent by the 100 Saints Alliance to maintain the order of the Holy City of the Wilderness. Every member of the Saint Sword Guards has the strength of a sword saint. The commander of the Saint Sword Guards is a sword of Gojosian level expert and is proficient in sword formations. Once 100 Saint Sword Guards form a sword formation, it is said that they can contend or even kill a sword of Gojosian level expert. Saint Sword Guards. Chu Mu's eyes lit up. No fighting is allowed in the Holy City of the Wilderness. Otherwise, the Saint Sword Guards will appear and expel you from the Holy City. Depending on the circumstances, you can't enter the Holy City for a certain period of time. If you have any personal grudges, you can also go to the life and death arena in the Holy City to fight to the death. Oh, right. To enter the Holy City of the Wilderness, you must pay 1,000 high-grade spirit stones and obtain a black iron sword token. You only have 1 day. When the time is up, you must leave the Holy City. Otherwise, you will be expelled by the Saint Sword Guards. In addition to 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, there are other types of sword tokens. They are divided into bronze, silver, and gold for 1 month, half a year, and 1 year respectively. The bronze sword token requires 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. The silver sword token requires 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. And the gold sword token requires 1 million high-grade spirit stones. When Chu Mu heard this, he couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. To him, 1 million upper spiritual stones were nothing. The problem was that the golden entry sword token could only be used for a year. If one wanted to stay for 10 years, then they would have to pay 1,000 upper-grade spiritual stones. For an original realm swordsman, this was undoubtedly a huge sum of money. Since there were so many original realm swordsmen in the ancient wild region, there should be quite a number of them in the ancient wild city as well. The 100 Saints Alliance would be able to obtain a large amount of spiritual stones every year. Other than paying spirit stones, is there any other way? Chu Mu asked. Yes. Any expert at the level of the sword of Gojoseon can enter and leave the holy city at will. They can stay for as long as they want. There is no time limit. Zhao Kaming replied with certainty. Other than becoming a combatant at the level of the sword of Gojoseon, there is another way to obtain the corresponding authority. What is it? Brother Chu, as you know, there is a difference in strength between sword sovereign level swordsmen. For example, there is a difference in the comprehension of sword intent, esoteric meaning, the fusion of esoteric meanings, the power of sword skills, and so on. This can lead to a huge difference in strength between different sword sovereigns. Chu Mu nodded. This was something that every swordsman understood. In the ancient wild city, there is a test called the Ancient Wild Sword Hunter Test, also known as the Sword Hunter Test. Zhao Kaming explained everything he knew to Chu Mu. As long as you pass the Sword Hunter Test, you can obtain the right to enter and leave the holy city at will. You don't have to pay any more spiritual stones. However, if you want to live in the holy city, you have to find another way, such as renting or buying a house. Passing the Sword Hunter Test only gives you this right? Chu Mu frowned. Perhaps the right to enter and leave the holy city at will was good, and could save some spiritual stones. But for a swordsman who didn't lack high-grade spiritual stones, this didn't seem to have much appeal. Of course not. This is only the first right. The second right is to purchase pills, swords, weapons, and all sorts of treasures at a discount. In addition, within the ancient wild city, there is also the 10,000 killing array, the Enlightenment Pagoda, and other such holy lands that can help to enhance one's strength. Only those who pass the Sword Hunter Test have the qualifications to enter. Zhao Kaming said, his face full of envy. As far as you know, within the ancient wild city, how many people have passed the Sword Hunter Test? Chu Mu asked. I don't know, because I don't have the strength to pass the Sword Hunter Test. Zhao Kaming wryly smiled. The other 3 swordsmen didn't say a word. They couldn't interrupt. Then, what is the strength of the Sword Hunter Test? Chu Mu asked again. As far as I know, it is simply difficult for an ordinary sword sovereign to pass the Sword Hunter Test. Zhao Kaming pondered for a moment and said, based on Brother Chu's ability to kill that steel-shattering barbaric Tyrannosaurus in one strike, maybe we can give it a try. The giant savage beasts were also divided into different levels by human swordsmen. The steel-shattering level was the lowest level of the savage beasts. As the name implied, every strike could shatter steel. Above that was the earth-shattering level, which meant that every strike could crack the ground. Above that was the mountain-shattering level, which meant that every strike could shatter mountains. Above that was the star-shattering level, which meant that every strike could shake the stars. Of course, the star-shocking star didn't really mean that it could shake the stars, but it meant that it could shake the small planets. That kind of power was also very terrifying. As for those above the star-shocking star, there were also different levels. It said that the Sword Hunter assessment is to kill an earth-shattering wild beast alone, Zhao Kaming added. Earth-shattering level. Chu Mu was suddenly shocked. He did kill a steel-shattering wild beast in one strike, but this didn't mean that Chu Mu's strength could run amok in the steel-shattering wild beast. After all, the steel-shattering wild beasts also had differences in strength. The barbaric Tyrannosaurus he killed shouldn't be the most powerful steel-shattering wild beast. The earth-shattering wild beast was one level higher than the steel-shattering wild beast. In terms of strength, it must be far beyond the steel-shattering wild beast. Chu Mu wasn't sure. By the way, Brother Zhao, in the Holy City, apart from the 100 Saints Alliance's Holy Sword Guards, are there any other forces? Chu Mu understood that where there were people, there would be Jianghu. Especially in a place like the Holy City of the Wild, it must be a place where dragons and snakes mix together. There would be various forces and factions fighting with each other. Yes, of course there are. Zhao Kaming immediately answered. In the Holy City of the Wild, the 100 Saints Alliance's Holy Sword Guards only maintain the order of the Holy City. They don't care about anything else. Therefore, there are some powerful swordsmen who have formed their own forces to fight for territory and resources. Now, the situation is basically settled. Excluding the Holy Sword Guards, there are two most powerful forces: the Barbarian Sword Society and the Ancient Desolation Building. In addition, there are second- and third-rated forces, and so on. There are more than a dozen of them altogether. There are even more hunting groups. The four of us belong to the third-rated force, the Fire Beacon Hunting Group. In the end, Zhao Keiming added, although the Fire Beacon Hunting Group is a third-rated force, it has hundreds of internal members and hundreds of external members. Every internal member has at least the cultivation of the origin Realm de Shang. Once you become an internal member, you will be able to enjoy all kinds of benefits of the hunting group. Zhao Keiming tried his best to recommend the Fire Beacon Hunting Group to Chu Mu. His idea was very simple. He wanted to rope in Chu Mu and let Chu Mu join the Fire Beacon Hunting Group. This was because it was Chu Mu's first time entering the Ancient Desolation Domain. He was a newbie that couldn't be any newbie. Yet this newcomer's strength was very powerful, able to insta-kill the steel-shattering, savage Tyrannosaurus. If he, Zhao Keiming, could rope in such a powerful swordsman like Chu Mu to join the Fire Beacon Hunting Beast Group, his position would definitely rise, and he would also receive rewards and benefits. Unfortunately, no matter what Zhao Keiming said, Chu Mu remained indifferent. He obviously knew that Zhao Keiming wanted to rope him in. Unfortunately, Chu Mu didn't have any plans to join any force. He also didn't plan to stay in the Ancient Desolation Domain for a long time. Once his cultivation reached a certain level, and he found something to replace the Sky Desolation Stone, he would leave the Ancient Desolation Domain and head to the famed Sword House and Wanyuan Palace. Brother Chu, look. The sacred Desolation City is right in front of us. Chu Mu didn't say anything, and Zhao Keiming didn't ask directly. Instead, he left some room for imagination. At this moment, Zhao Keiming pointed at the shadow of a city in front of them and said. Chu Mu narrowed his eyes. That city seemed to be the same color as the earth. As they approached, they immediately felt a desolate and ancient aura. Not long after, Chu Mu's group of 5 arrived at the city's main gate. The city wall was at least 300 meters tall and looked like a huge object. But after thinking about it for a bit, it was easy to understand that the Ancient Desolation Domain was inhabited by savage giant beasts. Some savage giant beasts were even 1,000 meters tall. Thus, a 300-meter tall city wall wasn't much. Chu Mu keenly sensed that there were countless sealing energy fluctuations on the city wall. They were very subtle and were in an unactivated state, but once they were activated, they would erupt with a terrifying power. The purpose of the city wall was to defend against the majority of savage giant beasts. The seals on top of the city wall increased the strength of the city wall by tens of times, making it easier to defend against savage giant beasts. At the 30-meter tall city gate, there were no sword guards guarding it. There was only a table at the side, and behind the table was a chair with an old man sitting on it. Chu Mu saw that every swordsman who walked towards the open city gate would take out a sword token of different colors. Only then could they pass through the gate and enter the city. There were also some swordsmen who walked to the table and took out spirit stones to buy a sword token from the old man to enter the city. Brother Chu, the sword token was bought from Elder Lin. Zhao Keiming said as he led Chu Mu to the old man. What grade is the sword token? The old man directly asked. Bronze. Chu Mu answered as he took out a box of spirit stones. There were exactly 10,000 high-grade spirit stones in it. He received a bronze sword token. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 563. At the open gates of the ancient wild city, there was an invisible seal. The sword token was the pass to pass through the seal. Without the sword token, one would be blocked outside. Of course, this seal could be broken, but the price was to face the saint's sword guards. They could be expelled or killed on the spot. No one was willing to take such a risk just to save some high-grade spirit stones. As Chu Mu, Zhao Keiming, and the others entered the city, they saw a man walking towards them. His body was straight, and his expression was cold and arrogant. He seemed to be out of tune with the other swordsmen, as if he were superior. Zhao Keiming's expression changed. He quickly pulled Chu Mu to the side, as if to make way for the swordsman. "That sir has a sword token hanging on his left chest. That is the symbol of a sword hunter." Without waiting for Chu Mu to ask, Zhao Keiming explained, "In the ancient wild realm, the status of a sword hunter is even higher. Ordinary swordsmen must make way for them and call them sir. Otherwise, it is disrespectful." Chu Mu smiled as he heard this. This sword hunter really had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. What, sir? Or making way for them, he didn't care. The only thing that moved his heart was the qualifications to enter the 10,000 killing array, enlightenment pagoda, and so on. "That's right, little brother Chu. I saw you kill that shattering steel-level savage Tyrannosaurus with a single sword strike. Your striking power is very formidable. I wonder if you would be interested in testing it?" Zhao Keiming thought for a moment and then said to Chu Mu. He looked at the other 3 swordsmen and said, "You 3, return to the beast hunting group first. If the captain asks, just say that I'm taking little brother Chu to test your striking power." "Test striking power?" Chu Mu was surprised at first, but then he nodded. He was also a bit interested in this sort of thing. "Then come with me. The sword steel to test striking power is in the square outside the sword hunter mansion." Zhao Keiming smiled and enthusiastically led the way for Chu Mu. Chu Mu could feel the subtle change in Zhao Keiming's attitude. He knew that there must be a reason behind it, and had some guesses. However, Chu Mu did not care. He had his own principles and persistence. The sacred wild city was neither big nor small. The 2 walked quickly, and it took them half an hour to reach the plaza outside the sword hunting mansion. The plaza was extremely large, at least 10 times the size of a football field. In the middle of the plaza, there was a white sword steel. It was 100 meters tall and very clear. A large number of swordsmen had gathered around the sword steel. There were at least 1,000 of them, and they were scattered all over the place. Their gazes were all focused on the 100-meter-long white sword steel. At this moment, a middle-aged swordsman in a black robe stood in front of the sword steel. His expression was cold and solemn, and his entire body was covered in sword chi. Waves of sharp sword chi were emitted from his body. He held the long sword tightly in his right hand, and one could clearly see sword chi flowing on the sword like water. The surrounding swordsmen all held their breaths. Chu Mu and Zhao Keiming walked over and squeezed into the crowd to look at the swordsman. With a low shout, the black-robed swordsman slashed out with his sword. In a split second, a blue sword light surged out like a wave, making a whistling sound like the waves of the sea. With a bang, the blue wave of sword light bombarded the white sword steel. The white sword steel was like an ancient mountain that did not move. The blue wave of sword light was instantly shattered. The moment the blue wave of sword light disappeared, from the bottom of the white sword steel, a dazzling red light shot up, attracting the attention of all the swordsmen. Chu Mu discovered that there were clear scales on the white sword steel. In the blink of an eye, the dazzling red light rushed to the 30th scale. Its speed suddenly decreased, and it slowly climbed up. When it reached the 33rd scale, it slightly shook and stopped moving. The dazzling red light lasted for about 3 breaths of time before it rapidly fell down. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the bottom of the white sword steel. The attack power is 33. It increased by 1 scale compared to last month. The black-robed swordsman was somewhat unwilling, But this sword was already his strongest sword. Even if he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Brother Chu, this white sword steel is used to test attack power. The scale of hardships is 100. If the attack power exceeds 100, the red light will turn into a purple light and rush up from the bottom. Zhao, Kaming explained in a low voice. His tone was somewhat excited and amazed. The sword steel can only test the attacks of experts below the level of Sword of Gojoseon. It only has 2 colors, red and purple. However, there are relatively few swordsmen that can be evaluated as having a purple attack power. Normally, it would only be possible if they have at least the attack power of a sword venerable. Currently, the highest attack power sword steel in the Wild Sacred City is Lord Su Haosha's 93 scales. There are 6 other lords that have achieved a purple scale of 90 and above. Compared to Zhao Kaming's amazement, Chu Mu didn't feel much. This was because he didn't know how big the difference between red and purple scales was. Only by personally experiencing it would he be able to understand. The attack power sword steel didn't cost any spirit stones, so there were often many swordsmen gathered here. Since they didn't have to pay a price, they could just attack once or twice to see if their attack power had improved. When one person went down, someone would immediately walk up and attack with their sword. Basically, the swordsmen would directly use their sword skills. Moreover, they would use their best sword skills to attack. But after a dozen swordsmen, the highest attack power level didn't exceed 60. I'll also test it. Zhao Kaming felt his blood boiling and couldn't help but walk out. It has already been 3 months since the last test. I wonder how many scales I can increase. Zhao Kaming slowly pulled out his sword. His aura steadily rose and became incomparably sharp. His expression was cold and solemn, as if there was a wild beast in front of him. No one found it strange, because all the swordsmen who lived in the ancient wild realm would be like this after a long period of time. Zhao Kaming's aura rose to the peak as his sword energy surged back and forth on the sword. He suddenly let out a low roar and slashed out. It was as if he was going to split the sword steel in half. A fiery red sword light pierced through the air. With a boom, the fiery red sword light was shattered. A dazzling red light rapidly shot up from the bottom of the sword steel. In the blink of an eye, it had reached 30 scales and continued to rise. When it reached 40 scales, its speed suddenly decreased and finally stopped between 44 and 45 scales. It's 2 scales more than 3 months ago. Zhao Kaming sighed. Ordinary Origin Realm swordsmen wouldn't be able to increase their strength by much in just a few months unless they encountered some great opportunity. Situations like Zhao Kaming's were too common. Therefore, no one dared to laugh at him. It would only show their ignorance. Brother Chu, you should also go test it. Zhao Kaming walked towards Chu Mu and said, "All right." Chu Mu nodded and walked towards the testing spot. Without him accumulating his aura, the 8-sided Tianhuang sword was unsheathed. A streak of Tianhuang sword energy instantly condensed and turned into a yellowish-brown crescent moon. In the blink of an eye, it traveled dozens of meters and slashed onto the white sword steel. With a boom, the Tianhuang sword energy shattered and a red light shot up from the bottom of the sword steel. 10 scales. Suddenly, the surrounding swordsmen reacted. They all looked at Chu Mu with different expressions. What a waste of time. He actually used a normal attack. Some of the swordsmen mumbled. Judging from his aura, this person's sword energy is only at the peak of the Origin Realm. However, his normal attack has reached 10 scales. This means that the martial arts he practices is extraordinary. It is definitely above the heaven level. Normally, a peak Origin Realm swordsman's normal attack would be around 5 scale points, which only applied to swordsmen who practiced extreme rank Earth realm martial arts. The better the martial arts, the stronger the sword energy and the more powerful the attack. 10 scale points was equivalent to a swordsman who had reached the peak of the initial stage of the astral realm, who had practiced a top-rank Earth realm technique. Chu Mu's cultivation was only at the peak of the origin realm. Therefore, it was judged that the martial arts he practiced was extraordinary. It should be his first time testing his attack power. That's why he tried it first. Some of the more experienced swordsmen said. Chu Mu slashed out again. A dark, golden crescent moon broke through the air. Zhao Kaming clenched his fists and looked excited. He recognized it. It was the same sword that killed the steel-crushing Tyrannosaurus Rex. Zhao Kaming also really wanted to know what level the power of this sword had reached. Chu Mu's sword attack was too fast. There was almost no time for him to accumulate his aura. Before the swordsman could react, the dark, golden crescent moon had already hit the white sword steel. With a crack, the dark, golden crescent moon shattered. From the bottom of the sword steel, a dazzling red light shot up and gushed out. In the blink of an eye, the red light passed the 50th scale. In another blink of an eye, it passed the 60th scale. Its speed decreased, but it was still climbing. When the red light reached the 70th scale, its speed decreased again, but it was still climbing. At the 80th scale, the red light's speed decreased again and again. It was difficult to climb. Finally, the red light stopped at the 84th scale. 84 scales. What a powerful attack! This has already reached the level of a normal peak origin realm swordsman's attack. After 3 breaths, the red light fell. The swordsman reacted and exclaimed. They all knew that Chu Mu was only at the peak of the origin realm. 84 scales. No wonder he could kill the steel-crushing Tyrannosaurus Rex. Zhao Kaming mumbled to himself. Chu Mu frowned slightly. 84 scales was already very high in the eyes of the surrounding swordsmen. At least, none of the dozens of swordsmen had reached this level. However, in Chu Mu's eyes, it was still not enough. However, Chu Mu also understood the limitations of Beheading Moon. He could only start with the Ripping Profound. When the Ripping Profound increased, the power of Beheading Moon would also increase. Now, let's test the power of Bipolar. Chu Mu said to himself and attacked again. In that instant, the swordsman only saw a purple light shoot out. Almost at the same time, it had already hit the white sword steel. Without much commotion, the purple light disappeared. The swordsman's eyes were immediately filled with a dazzling red light. In just a moment, the red light rushed from the bottom of the steel to the 100th scale and then disappeared. Following that, a purple light quietly appeared at the bottom. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 564. Chu Mu quickly rejected all attempts to recruit him. He quickly left the square and entered the Sword Hunter Mansion. As expected, the power of dual polarity far exceeded moon slashing and red light. It reached the level of purple light 8 scale, which was already at the level of Swordmaster. Although dual polarity wasn't a perfect sword skill and there was still a lot of room for improvement, it only reached purple light 8 scale. Chu Mu was shocked by the swordsman who could reach purple light 90 scale. As for steel slashing, Chu Mu didn't try it because the power of steel slashing should be twice as strong as dual polarity. However, this was his trump card, so Chu Mu wouldn't reveal it. Zhao Kaming was speechless as he watched Chu Mu enter the Sword Hunter Mansion. His plan to recruit Chu Mu had completely failed. Once Chu Mu passed the Sword Hunter test, he would be a big shot. He wasn't someone his Fire Beacon Hunting Group could recruit. The registration for the Sword Hunter test was unexpectedly simple. One only needed to pay 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, fill in one's personal information, and so on. Then, one just had to wait for the notice because the test had a time limit. It wasn't always open. Chu Mu was quite lucky. He only needed to wait for another 10 days or so to receive the notice of the start of the test. At that time, he only needed to gather at the Sword Hunter Mansion, and someone would lead him and the other candidates to the test area. After leaving the Sword Hunter Mansion, Chu Mu acted alone. He didn't wander around, but instead found an inn and spent 10,000 top-grade spirit stones to book a good room for 10 days. Moreover, Chu Mu also told the inn's waiter that other than the people from the Sword Hunter Mansion, if anyone else wanted to find him, he was to say that he was cultivating in seclusion and didn't want to be disturbed. Perhaps doing this would offend some narrow-minded people, but Chu Mu didn't care. He really didn't want to be disturbed and waste his time. Because there were only 10 days until the Sword Hunter test, Chu Mu planned to further improve his strength in these 10 days to increase his chances of passing the test. Chu Mu only had a vague idea of how powerful an earth-shattering savage beast was, so he didn't have much confidence. However, he had no choice but to do so in order to improve his strength significantly in a short period of time. After all, a swordsman placed the most emphasis on offense. With the offensive strength of a sword venerable, one would definitely be favored by various factions. Even in the Barbarian Sword Club and the Ancient Desolates building, a swordsman with the offensive strength of a sword venerable was a highly valued existence. It wasn't hard to imagine what kind of storm it would cause when Chu Mu, who was only at the peak of the origin realm, had the strength of a normal sword venerable, was made known to the upper echelons of the various forces. They would definitely try to recruit him, and they might even use other methods. Fortunately, this inn had a powerful backer. Even the Barbarian Sword Association and the Ancient Desolates building didn't dare to provoke them. However, these two weren't among the factions that came to recruit Chu Mu. They were the only two first-rate factions that were high and mighty. In the room, Chu Mu sat cross-legged and took out a round ball from his interspatial ring. Suddenly, a pure savage chi spread out from the round ball and filled the surroundings. Fortunately, every room in this inn had a seal that isolated the savage chi. The round ball was the size of a fist and was yellowish-brown in color. Its surface was rough and had countless bumps. It was a little heavy in his hand, at least 50 kilograms. Chu Mu could keenly feel the pure and violent savage chi that was radiating out continuously. Inner core. It was the inner core of the steel-shattering savage Tyrannosaurus that Chu Mu had instantly killed. Every savage, giant beast had an inner core. The inner core was the core of the savage, giant beast. It was similar to the dantian of a human swordsman. It was the foundation that stored the savage, giant beast energy. A savage, giant beast that had lost its inner core could still survive. However, it would lose the savage beast energy unless it was recondensed over a long period of time. However, if a human swordsman wanted to obtain the inner core of a savage giant beast, they would have to first kill the savage giant beast. The chances of obtaining the inner core while the savage giant beast was still alive was extremely low, almost impossible. The inner core of every savage giant beast was the most precious part of its body. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that Chu Mu discovered that he could actually absorb the savage giant beast's inner core's violent and pure savage beast energy. The effect was even better than absorbing the desolate sky stone. The speed of conversion was not inferior at all. Clenching the savage Tyrannosaurus inner core in his right hand, Chu Mu let out a long breath. He closed his eyes and got rid of all distracting thoughts. He began to channel the sky, desolate, sword essence. His right hand produced a suction force that sucked the violent and pure savage beast energy out of the savage beast's inner core. It poured into his meridians and met with the circulating sky, desolate, sword essence. Savage giant beasts were extremely violent. The savage giant beast energy in their inner core also had this characteristic. It was extremely aggressive. As soon as it met with Chu Mu's desolate sky sword energy, it instinctively wanted to defeat Chu Mu's desolate sky sword energy. However, Chu Mu's desolate sky sword energy was extremely pure. Moreover, it was in Chu Mu's body, so it was extremely sharp. When the two forces met, under Chu Mu's will, the desolate sky sword energy instantly defeated the violent, savage beast energy, leaving only the purest strand behind. It then rolled up and absorbed the strand of purest, savage beast energy into the desolate sky, sword energy. As the desolate sky, sword energy moved, it was constantly refined. The purest, savage beast energy lost its violent characteristics and became extremely docile. Under Chu Mu's refinement, it was quickly turned into desolate sky, sword energy. The savage beast energy continuously poured out of the inner core and entered Chu Mu's meridians. It was shattered by the desolate sky, sword energy time and time again, leaving only the purest strand behind to be refined and absorbed. Under such circumstances, Chu Mu's desolate sky sword energy was slowly improving. For the entire day, Chu Mu was in the midst of cultivation. His desolate sky sword energy had obviously improved. In terms of mental state, Chu Mu had already surpassed the origin realm. The only thing he lacked was sufficient energy. However, absorbing the desolate sky stone was like absorbing spirit stones. It was relatively slow, but the advantage was that it was stable. But now, absorbing the savage beast's inner core was different. Wave after wave of energy surged in. The energy was tyrannical and violent. If the meridians weren't strong enough, they would be damaged and ruptured. Fortunately, Chu Mu's desolate sky sword body was 10 times stronger than the body of an ordinary origin realm expert. Moreover, both the inside and outside were so tyrannical. Even if the inner core's energy was twice as violent, he would still be able to withstand it. Just as Chu Mu had said, he was going to be in seclusion for the next 10 days. Indeed, he didn't leave the room for even a moment. He spent all his time sitting cross-legged on the bed, holding the savage beast's inner core and constantly absorbing the violent savage beast energy. Go tell him that I am Yang Lianfeng from the Jade Sword Gang. I am here to invite him to join our gang. Tell him to come out and see me immediately. In the lobby of the inn, a male swordsman who looked to be less than 30 years old and was wearing a purple silk robe had his hands behind his back. He had a faint arrogance on his face as he shouted at the inn's waiter, "Jade Sword Gang, Yang Lianfeng." Before the waiter could reply, the people around him had already cried out. The Jade Sword Gang was one of the few second-rate forces in the sacred wild city. In terms of ranking, only the Barbarian Sword Gang and the Ancient Desolation Building were ranked above it. Although it was ranked fourth, no one doubted the strength of the Jade Sword Gang. This was because the gang's leader was a powerful sword hunter. Within the Jade Sword Gang, there were more than 10 sword hunters. As for Yang Lianfeng, he could be said to be one of the rising stars that had been in the limelight recently. Together with the other 4, he was known as one of the 5 strongest swordsmen in the sacred wild city. He was also known as a swordsman who didn't have the title of sword hunter, but had the strength of a sword hunter. Perhaps there were more than 5 swordsmen like him. However, in the sacred wild city, the 5 of them were the most dazzling because they were all under 30 years old. It was undeniable that there was no lack of geniuses in the central main sword domain. That Chu guy sure has some reputation. Even Yang Lianfeng was alerted and personally came to invite him. In the inn, the swordsmen were discussing in low voices. "I'm sorry, sir. The guest said that he will be in seclusion for the next 10 days and is not to be disturbed." The waiter replied in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Although the inn's power wasn't as strong as the Jade Sword Gang, it had a wider network of connections. Furthermore, this was the sacred wild city. Even the Barbarian Sword Gang and the Ancient Desolates building wouldn't dare to make a move. Everyone understood that no matter how strong the Barbarian Sword Gang and the Ancient Desolates building were, that was only if the sacred sword guards were excluded. One had to know that there were 1,000 sacred sword guards, and at least half of them had the strength of a sword hunter. Anyone who offended them would be courting death. Yang Lianfeng immediately frowned. All kinds of praise and glory were added to his body, causing his originally somewhat arrogant heart to soar and become even more arrogant. He would not allow others to refuse, especially those who were weaker than him. However, Yang Lianfeng wasn't arrogant to the point of losing his mind. He knew that no violence was allowed in the sacred wild city. With a cold humph, Yang Lianfeng fiercely swept his gaze over the waiter before turning around and leaving in large strides. With his status, he naturally wouldn't argue with a waiter, but he secretly bore a grudge against Chu Mu. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 9th day since Chu Mu had entered the room. The inner core of the savage beast in his right hand suddenly cracked and turned into a pile of powder. Chu Mu's body trembled as a powerful and sharp aura suddenly erupted from his body. Before this aura dissipated, an even more powerful and sharp aura erupted from Chu Mu's body like a volcano erupting. Chu Mu opened his eyes. 2 rays of sword light shot into the sky, leaving behind 2 clear traces. He had broken through to the peak of the origin realm. After 9 days of closed-door training, he had finally broken through to the initial origin realm. The amount of sword energy has doubled. The purity has also increased by 5%. The power is even more powerful. Chu Mu said happily after carefully sensing the changes. He didn't know that he had unknowingly offended a genius sword artist that he had never met before. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation.